Chapter 339. Secret Realm, Heaven-Suppressing Sect. As the Light Star Hall's strongest representative, Heavenly Star, who wielded the low-grade spirit artifact, Silver Falcon Mirror, was fleeing like a stray dog. The originally handsome and extraordinary Son of Stars was now in a sorry state and extremely sloppy. Heavenly Star continuously fled for 2 days and 2 nights. He discovered that he had lost his direction and fell into dangerous situations multiple times and almost lost his life. If not for the Silver Falcon Mirror and the rank 5 armor he was wearing, he would have died long ago. Actually, he also did not want to flee so desperately. But he kept feeling that there was a thick baleful blood chi hanging behind him. Others might not know what this baleful blood chi was, but how could he not know? That was a killing god who killed people without seeing blood. He kept praying in his heart that the secret realm could open a bit faster. As long as he endured for another half a day, it would be the full moon period. The secret realm would open, and he would be able to escape with his life. He would be able to return to the protection of the sect. He would be able to bring people to exterminate the Purple Heaven sect, and he could even make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. This was the first time he was chased like this, the first time he was in such a sorry state, the first time he was scared to this extent. This enmity had to be avenged. How long was half a day to Heavenly Star? Originally it was just a snap of a finger, but he still had to flee everywhere, constantly on tenterhooks, and his internal injuries repeatedly flared up. It was simply unbearable and suffocating. Heavenly Star hid in a patch of weeds. These weeds were all as tall as a person. He hid inside and concealed his aura. Ordinary people would find it hard to discover him. This place was definitely the best hiding place. Shouldn't be able to find me. Heavenly Star consumed the last 2 healing medicinal pills and directly laid in the grass, not wanting to move at all. Continuously fleeing for 2 days and 2 nights simply made him on the verge of collapse. Moreover, there was still a long half a day of waiting time. He just wanted to lie down for half a day to pass, and then he could take a good breath. Heavenly Star was already unprecedentedly tired. Lying down, his vigilance dropped to the lowest point. His entire person was a little dazed and about to fall asleep. What he didn't know was that not far from the grass in front of him, a figure dragging a black broadsword was slowly approaching. This person's eyes were terrifyingly red, and his black hair was casually scattered, covering his firm and determined face. As the wind blew, strands of his hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an incomparably cold and desolate killing intent. The pitch-black broadsword in his hand was heavy and unadorned, but the bloodthirsty blade teeth seemed so sinister. The 4 lines on the blade were vivid and lifelike, like 4 little dragons swimming about. This person was none other than the demonized Ling Xiao, and the saber in his hand was the blood-devouring demon saber that had been upgraded from high-tier Type 3 to low-tier Type 4. Ling Xiao stepped into the grass step by step, as if he didn't even need to distinguish the direction to know where Heavenly Star was. In his mind, the words, "kill him," had long been imprinted on his mind. Not for anything, not for anyone, just to kill. This was Ling Xiao's current state of bedevilment. Sha sha. What's that sound? Tian Xing woke up from his daze and muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils dilated infinitely. Following that, his entire person scuttled forward like a leopard. Kill. Like a roar from the 9 nether hells, an even faster figure caught up to Tian Xing. Tian Xing did not even think, turning around and taking out the Silver Falcon Mirror, injecting all the spirit energy in his body over. He knew that if he didn't risk his life this time, then there would only be one outcome for him. White light flashed, a strike with all his strength. The distance between the two was rather close. Ling Xiao also did not choose to dodge, and directly dove into that white light. Rumble. Ling Xiao was sent flying out fiercely. Haha, dead, right? This lunatic is finally dead. Tian Xing staggered and fell into the grass as he laughed loudly. His complexion was already pale to the extreme. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous fleeing had pretty much exhausted him. Although the healing medicinal pills that he consumed earlier had somewhat recovered, they were all used on this move. He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead after taking a direct hit from the Silver Falcon mirror. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed again. Ling Xiao was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He actually stood up again, the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand carrying a murderous slash. Ah! Why is it like this? Tian Xing was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, exclaiming in disbelief. He could not understand how a mere high-level spirit master's body could be so strong. He was injured again and again, as if he really was not injured at all. Motherf asterisk Ker, since it's like this, then even if I die, I'll pull your purple sky sect down with me. A resolute look flashed through Tian Xing's eyes. After a loud roar, he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth. Spirit burning pill, another spirit burning pill. After Tian Xing consumed the medicinal pill, a surge of strength skyrocketed. Right now, Tian Xing didn't consume the spirit burning pill to fight with Ling Xiao, but to continue fleeing for his life. He had to endure until the secret realm reopened, he had to bring the news here outside, and he had to make the Purple Sky sect take responsibility for this matter. Although the spirit burning pill would consume over a dozen years of his lifespan, it could let him live. After returning to the sect, perhaps the sect master would think of a way to help him recover this lifespan and return to the peak. He firmly believed that as long as he was alive, there was hope. Before Ling Xiao's large blade had even chopped down, Tian Xing exploded with powerful energy and instantly sped off into the distance. Ling Xiao was like a crazed wild beast, madly sprinting in the direction of Tian Xing. However, he had not run very far when his entire body plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling, where are you? Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling, where are you? A series of cries rang out incessantly in a corner of the secret realm. This group was precisely the remaining 11 people of the Purple Sky sect. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, Shi Tianho, all of their faces had worried and sorrowful expressions. They rode on spirit beasts and dispersed, searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts non-stop. Unfortunately, the only response they got was an empty echo. Chen Wenyu sat on the green cloud eagle and had already searched most of the heaven-suppressing sect. In the end, he returned to the group in disappointment. Because the secret realm was about to open in 2 hours, they had no choice but to give up on the idea of continuing to search for Ling Xiao. How am I going to explain this to the Peak Lord? Chen Wenyu thought sadly in his heart. Ling Xiao was Mu Huai's favorite. If Ling Xiao was really not driven out of the secret realm in the end, then Mu Huai would probably go mad. Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, Yu Laiyan, and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were the most unsightly. Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan had been saved by Ling Xiao, and it was precisely because Ling Xiao had healed their injuries that the tragedy had occurred. Both of them had blamed themselves greatly in their hearts. Even though they had broken through to the half-step king rank, they did not feel the slightest bit of joy. There was no need to mention Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. They had only obtained Ling Xiao's approval for half a month, but now Ling Xiao had fallen into the demonic path and left them. They did not know if they would ever see him again after he left. For a moment, both of their hearts were in a mess. Senior sisters, don't be too sad. Ling Xiao is so powerful, so he should be fine. Maybe when the secret realm opens, we'll see him outside. When Qidi walked over and sat between Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui as she comforted them. Yu Laiyan forced out a smile and replied, Junior Sister One is right. That guy is very powerful, so nothing will happen to him. He should just be angry for a moment, and he should be somewhere waiting for the secret realm to open like us. Although Yu Laiyan's words were self-comforting, she had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes lit up, and she seemed to agree with Yu Laiyan's words. She said, Sister Yan is right. He's definitely waiting for the secret realm to open like us. When we get out, we'll definitely meet again. After the surrounding people heard this, they all seemed to feel that it was very reasonable. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary. Although his mind was temporarily confused, 2 or 3 days had passed, and he should be able to calm down. Poor senior sister Luo. When Kitty touched her space ring, her eyes filled with infinite sorrow as she sighed. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt sad again. 2 hours passed quickly. At this moment, dozens of inexplicably powerful spiritual forces descended from the sky. The multicolored spiritual power finally gathered together and broke through the barrier of the secret realm. A wide opening opened up. The 11 people from the Purple Sky sect rushed towards the opening. At the same time, the disciples of the Flame Charm sect and some of the other sects who had not yet died also rushed in that direction. Finally appeared. In a crack in the rocks, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s or 50s slowly walked towards the opening with weak steps. Upon closer inspection, this pale-faced middle-aged man was actually the Light Star Hall's Tian Xing. The spirit-burning pill could only last for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he would immediately consume more than 10 years of his lifespan. Moreover, his meridians and dantian would be severely damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover for the rest of his life. Now that he was still able to move towards the secret realm's entrance with such a broken body, it could be seen how strong his consciousness of survival was. Unfortunately, he had consumed too much energy in the end, and the symptoms after the medicinal power faded made him feel unbearable pain, and his whole body was weak. The secret realm could only open for a short half an hour. And Tian Xing was only a few hundred meters away from the exit. However, as he watched the exit grow smaller and smaller, he struggled to move forward, hoping that he could hold on to the end. However, his body was too weak. He only lightly tripped over a small stone, and his whole body fell to the ground. As he fell, he still refused to give up. His hands kept crawling forward, and his mouth kept trembling as he shouted, "Wait! Wait! Wait for me!" At this time, a young man from another sect who was rushing towards the exit saw the struggling Tian Xing. He paused for a moment, then sneered, "I wonder which sect's disciple you are, to actually be able to participate in the sect oath assembly at such an age. It seems that you still want to go out. Let this young master help you out. Please. Please, bring." Tian Xing looked at the person who had come, and as if he had seen a life-saving grass, he begged the young man for help. However, in the next moment, the young man sneered, and his long sword flashed. Tian Xing's head was separated from his body, and his eyes were still open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. This good thing can't be wasted. The young man quickly removed the corpse's spatial ring, then immediately disappeared into the secret realm's exit that was about to disappear. The Light Star Hall Son of Stars had finally become a tragedy. Chapter 340. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. Dozens of Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses opened the entrance to the secret realm. Although they all knew that the arcane territory was abnormally dangerous, according to the previous years, at least 1/3 of the people from each sect would come out alive. However, they found that the situation was especially bad this time. The entrance had been open for a long time, but not a single person had appeared. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses were extremely anxious. After all, those who entered the secret realm were the outstanding talents of their sect's younger generation. If they were all wiped out, then there would be a shortage of young talents in the future. This was something they didn't want to see. After a while, someone finally came out of the secret realm's entrance. Wasn't that a group of 8 women from the Charm Flame sect? A noble who was in the middle of using his spiritual power nodded in satisfaction. His sect's disciples had finally come out. Although 2 of them had died, the saintess was fine, and most of the people were safe and sound. He naturally heaved a sigh of relief. After the Charm Flame sect's people came out, another group of people came out. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses began to pray, "I hope it's the children of our sect." The group that came out was a group of 11 from the Purple Sky sect. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they didn't have the slightest bit of the joy of coming out of the secret realm. Good, good. Xiao Songlin couldn't conceal his joy as he looked at the new generation of his sect and nodded repeatedly. He suddenly remembered the last sect oath ceremony. A total of 22 people had gone, but only 4 or 5 had come out. Now that nearly half of them had made it out alive, he was overjoyed at the turn of events. However, when he saw everyone's faces clearly, his eyes narrowed and he looked carefully again, as if searching for something. When another dozen or so people walked out one after another, the gate of the secret realm finally closed gradually. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall shouted and blasted out all of his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't block the powerful restrictions set up by the secret realm. Pfft! The old man from the Radiant Star Hall spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. How could the Star Child not come out? Impossible! The old man shouted madly. The other old man with the giant sword, who was holding on to hope, looked at the exit that had disappeared, and his expression was also extremely disappointed. How could this be? They're really all dead, they're really all dead. The old man shook his head bitterly. The two of them weren't the only ones who were upset. Most of the Earth's sovereign realm elders had ugly expressions on their faces. It's really the birth of the Devil King. The wind and clouds are rising, and the common people are in chaos. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall suddenly shouted, "Our Radiant Star Hall announces our withdrawal from the Sect Oath Assembly. My Heavy Sword Sect announces that from now on, we will withdraw from the Sect Oath Assembly." The old man with the huge sword on his back also made an oath. My Tai Li Sect announces that we will withdraw from the Sect Oath Assembly. The River Dark Sect announces that we will withdraw from the Sect Oath Assembly. Our 6 Extreme Sect announces our withdrawal from the Sect Oath Assembly. Following the announcement of the Light Star Hall, the rest of the sects responded one after another. They didn't want to send another batch of people to die here in another 5 years. They didn't have many outstanding disciples of the new generation to waste here, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. The Sect Oath Assembly also came to an end after this. The people of the various sects began to embark on the journey of returning to their sections. Thousand Beast City, Purple Heaven Sect's base. Xiao Songlin's face darkened, and he began to interrogate about what happened in the secret territory. When Chen Wenyu finished explaining the situation in the secret territory to Xiao Songlin, Xiao Songlin immediately shattered the tea table, and then he shouted angrily, "Good kill. Really should have killed those bastards." He paused for a moment, and then revealed a sad expression, "Sigh, I pity that kid Ling Xiao." Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu, who were sitting at the side, sighed heavily, and showed sad expressions. They had seen Ling Xiao before, and both of them felt that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the sect, and he would definitely lead the sect to become more powerful and glorious. It was a pity that he could only stay in the secret territory forever. The secret territory required more than 10 Earth Sovereign Stage experts to open the gap in the barrier, and the number of Earth Sovereign Stage experts in the Purple Heaven sect could be counted on one hand. How could they have the opportunity to break the barrier and wait for Ling Xiao to come out? Yin Mengqi, who was sitting at the side, could not hide the grief and pain in her heart, and a hazy mist was about to pour out. She and Ling Xiao had gone through life and death together in the desolate mountains, and after 2 or 3 years of separation, they finally had the opportunity to be together. However, she found that her wait seemed to have turned into an empty dream. It was a poignant and beautiful dream, but when she woke up, the dream was shattered. Her heart became empty and unbearable, as if it was being sliced apart by someone with a knife. That kind of indescribable pain was not something that could be described by others. In this life, I must destroy the Heavy Sword Sect. Yin Mengqi's sad and beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment, and her whole body flew out of the house. "Stop right there." Xiao Songlin raised an eyebrow, and shouted loudly. An inexplicable pressure descended, and Yin Mengqi's delicate body was imprisoned and could not move. "Elder Xiao, let me avenge Ling Xiao." Yin Mengqi was unwilling to give up, and she cried out in her tender voice. After she finished speaking, she could not suppress the sadness in her eyes, and tears flowed down. Ling Xiao was already separated from her by 2 different worlds. Moreover, there were countless dangers in the secret territory, and Ling Zhao's mind was not clear. Could he still live? Yun Mengqi did not dare to continue thinking. She only wanted to kill everyone in the heavy sword sect to vent her anger. Xiao Songlin waved his hand, and Yun Mengqi could not help but retreat back into the house. He heavily sighed. The heavy sword sect's disciples are already dead, and Ling Xiao killed the main culprit. This matter is over. Although Xiao Songlin also wanted to vent his anger on the heavy sword sect, he could not. Why? Because he had to think of the big picture. The heavy sword sect was a 7th grade sect, and although it was only 1 grade higher than the purple sky sect, this 1 grade was enough to crush many 8th grade sections. The heavy sword sect's strength was not something that the purple sky sect could contend against, and the two were not on the same level. All the heavy sword sect's disciples who entered the secret territory had already died. If the heavy sword sect knew that Ling Xiao had done it, then their purple sky sect would fall into an unstoppable state. Therefore, Xiao Songlin could only bury the pain in his heart, and absolutely could not seek revenge. Although it made people feel aggrieved, this was the rule of this world. No, this is all the heavy sword sect's own doing. If they hadn't targeted us, senior apprentice sister Luo wouldn't have died, and Ling Xiao wouldn't have been trapped in there forever. It's all because of the heavy sword sect. I must take revenge for Ling Xiao. Yun Mengqi resolutely said, a raging fire of hatred burning in her heart. Only now did she realize how deeply Ling Xiao had taken root in her heart, so deeply that she could not forget him, so deeply that her heart ached. Mengqi, calm down for me. The current heavy sword sect is not something we can provoke. Xiao Songlin heavily shouted. Yun Mengqi unwillingly turned her face away, clenching her fists so tightly that blood came out of her lips. It's not impossible to get revenge. Xiao Songlin couldn't help sighing when he saw Yun Mengqi's heartbroken appearance. Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu looked at Xiao Songlin in astonishment, their hearts filled with doubt. How could they not know what method the Purple Sky sect had to contend with the Heavy Sword sect? What method does Elder Xiao have? Not only Yun Mengqi, but even Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect all rushed to ask. It wasn't just Yun Mengqi who wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect also wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. In the secret territory, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, they would have long since died. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, how could they have had the qualifications to enter the main palace's pavilion with the 3 sects? If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, perhaps they would have long since been killed by Luo Baxing. The only reason they were still standing here was because of Ling Xiao's strength. How could they forget the kindness Ling Xiao had shown them? Xiao Songlin glanced at them and indifferently said, "Do you know why I'm stopping you from getting revenge on the Heavy Sword sect?" Yun Mengqi was the first to answer. Elder Xiao is afraid of the Heavy Sword sect's strength. The others lightly nodded their heads, agreeing with Yun Mengqi's words. But he's dead. What's the point of me still living? Yun Mengqi choked with sobs. Our Purple Sky sect is only an 8th grade sect, while the Heavy Sword sect is a 7th grade sect. The difference in strength between us and the Heavy Sword sect is far too great. If we were to become enemies with the Heavy Sword sect, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. But you guys are different. In this generation, all of you are outstanding, especially you, Mengqi. As long as you can one day reach a height where the Heavy Sword sect can only look up to you, the Heavy Sword sect will be at your mercy. So before you have the strength to contend with the Heavy Sword sect, you must not act rashly. I believe that Xiao doesn't want to see you die for him. At this moment, Wu Yulai said sternly. Did you hear what Elder Xiao said? From today onwards, forget about the mystic realm. When the day comes when all of you surpass us old fogies, that will be the day of your revenge. After hearing the words of the two, everyone's eyes shone with determination. They all said in unison, "We will work hard to cultivate and strive to destroy the Heavy Sword sect as soon as possible." Yun Mengqi, Yu Laiyan, and Bing Ruoshui's eyes shone with excitement. They all made up their minds that they would cultivate as hard as they could when they got back, and that they would avenge Ling Xiao as soon as possible. All right, we will return to the sect in 3 days. In these 3 days, all of you can take a stroll around the Thousand Beast City. If there's anything you need to buy or sell, do it as soon as possible. Xiao Songlin said that last sentence and waved his hand to dismiss everyone out. Sigh, the heavens really do fear such a talented person. After all the disciples had left, Wu Yulai shook his head and sighed. Maybe this is his fate. He's too headstrong. Xiao Songlin said sadly. Chapter 341. This year's sect oath assembly was the most disastrous one in history. 6 of the top 10 sects had lost their disciples. Thus, the sect oath assembly finally came to an end after so many sessions. No one knew what was happening inside. Wu Mainyang had ordered all the Yen Mei sect's female disciples to keep their mouths shut. The elders of the Light Star Hall, the Heavy Sword sect, the Tai Li sect, the River Dark sect, the 6 Extreme sect, and the moon-worshipping sect did not suspect the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. After all, the strength of the Purple Heaven sect was not enough to completely annihilate the disciples of these sections. On the contrary, they were most suspicious of the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the Flaming Charm sect had the ability to do so. However, without sufficient evidence, they would not dare to do anything to the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the strength of the Yen Mei sect was there for all to see. Whether it was the first-ranked Light Star Hall or the third-ranked Heavy Sword sect, neither of them would easily fight to the death with the Yen Mei sect. However, the disciples of the small sects that came out from the secret realm all said that the secret realm was abnormally dangerous. Moreover, before they came out, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Fiendish qi soared into the sky, as if there was some powerful demon or demonic creature inside. As a result, this matter was spread far and wide. It was as if the secret realm had become an extremely dangerous place, a place where demons lived. Everyone hoped that this secret realm would never reappear in the future, so as to avoid bringing harm to the human world. When Yunmingqi, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the others returned to the sect, they immediately announced that they would stop cultivating. As for Wen Qidi, she brought Luo Meiying's corpse back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Originally, Pavilion Master Wen Haiyan had proposed a grand burial for Luo Meiying, but she was opposed by Wen Qidi. She said that she had to wait until Ling Xiao returned to the sect before making a decision. Although the hope of Ling Xiao returning to the sect was rather slim, she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely create a miracle. Wen Haiyan knew that her daughter's personality had changed greatly after she came back. She had changed from a naughty girl to a mature and sensible young woman. In the end, he did not raise any objections to this matter. Instead, he placed Luo Meiying in the 1,000-year freezer to prevent her body from rotting. As the eldest disciple of Wooden Flag Peak, Chen Wenyu could only brace himself and return to the peak to report what had happened in the secret realm. He was troubled as to how he should bring this up to the Peak Lord and his master. Chen Wenyu soon arrived at the main hall without any obstructions. Mu Huai and Mu En had been waiting for a long time. Chen Wenyu wanted to step forward and bow, but Mu Huai took the initiative to ask, "Forget it. Tell me what happened." Although Mu Huai's tone was flat, the doubt and sadness on his face had already been revealed. Chen Wenyu had no choice but to explain what had happened in the secret realm once more. When Chen Wenyu finished explaining, Mu Huai's face became even more gloomy. Mu En took the opportunity to wave his hand at his disciple, signaling him to leave first. After bowing, Chen Wenyu left the hall. "Junior brother, perhaps Xiao is a lucky man. He should be fine," comforted Mu En. Bang! The teacup in Mu Huai's hand was crushed into powder, and thick resentment flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother. I can't take this lying down. How old is Xiao He's already a high-level spirit master, and he's also a 4th-rank alchemist. I've entrusted my life to him, but now he's trapped in the secret realm and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him lead the team. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I've harmed my disciple. Mu Huai blamed himself. He had advised Ling Xiao not to participate in the sect pledge assembly, but his position wasn't very firm. He felt that if an eagle wanted to soar in the sky, it had to go through the baptism of wind and rain to truly grow. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would really leave and never return. His heart was abnormally uncomfortable. This was the disciple he was most satisfied with in his life. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was the cornerstone and reliance of their Wood Flag Peak, and also the hope of their Purple Sky sect for the next 100 years. Now that Ling Xiao was trapped in the secret realm, he didn't know if he was dead or alive, but as his master, he was powerless. It was really bitter and uncomfortable. Muan looked at the painful Mu Huai from the side, but for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only secretly sigh for Ling Xiao. In a city at the edge of the northwest, Guji City, a woman without any makeup was tending to all kinds of high-grade flowers and plants in the garden. This woman's facial features were beautiful and moving. Her hair was elegant and supple, just like a fairy in the mortal world. Every glance contained an indescribable charm, but her indifferent temperament made people feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. The woman wore a simple and elegant light dress, and her swollen belly was slightly protruding. Not only did this not affect her beauty, but it also added a bit of motherly gentleness to her. At this time, an old man with a crooked building walked over with a smile and said, "Yun, why are you moving around again? Don't hurt the baby." Although the old man's tone was reproachful, it was more kind and caring. "Grandpa, the book says that walking more is more beneficial for children." The woman walked towards the old man and held his hand with a happy smile. The old man looked at his chubby granddaughter and pinched his beard. "No matter what, I can't let my little great-grandson get tired. Otherwise, Grandpa won't let you off easily." The woman blushed and caressed her protruding belly with one hand. She said with tenderness, "Little bastard, did you hear that? Ever since I had you, your grandfather didn't love Mother anymore. Mother is so sad." The old man chuckled and said, "Child, you have your husband to love you in the future. This old man will be satisfied with taking care of your children for you. It's best if you can have a few more children so that this old man has something to do." At this point, the woman's beautiful eyes inexplicably raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Her face was filled with deep longing. "Xiao, do you still remember me? Xiao, do you know that I'm already pregnant with our baby? Xiao, I really hope that you can come back to see us. Xiao, I miss you so much. Can you come quickly?" Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The oath assembly had already come to an end, and everyone gradually forgot about this matter. Inside the secret realm, in the belly of a mountain, a 1-meter-long spirit beast that resembled a dragon and a centipede was rolling around in the clear water. After a while, it crawled out of the clear water and shook its body. Once it was dry enough, it crawled forward. It crawled to a dry place and rubbed its head against the person lying on the ground as if it wanted to wake him up. The person was sloppy and was lying motionlessly on the ground as if he was already dead. However, his hand was still tightly grasping a large black saber. Seeing that the person was still motionless, the earthworm spirit beast crawled to the side in boredom and began to sleep. After the earthworm spirit beast slept for a while, the motionless person struggled to turn over. Who else could this person be other than Ling Xiao? His hair was disheveled and his face was extremely pale. His clothes were dirty and messy, and his tiger-like eyes were slack and empty as if there was no life in them. The crimson and bloodthirsty color from before had disappeared. Why was Ling Xiao here? Naturally, it was the purple flood dragon that brought him here. Previously, when Ling Xiao and the others entered the main hall, he had ordered the purple flood dragon to hide underground in case of emergencies. Since the day Ling Xiao failed to chase Sha Tianxing and fainted, the purple flood dragon had been underground where Ling Xiao was. It had sensed Ling Xiao's weak state and brought him here to rest. This time, Ling Xiao had fallen into a demonic state and suffered several attacks from Tianxing's silver falcon mirror. Those were attacks from spirit weapons, and even with Ling Xiao's amazing defense, he could not withstand them. He had already been seriously injured, but he still relied on his amazing demonic nature to chase Sha Tianxing for 1,000 miles before finally collapsing. Now that Ling Xiao had woken up again, it was because his two divine techniques had self-healing effects. He did not circulate his mystic arts to heal because he had been unconscious and in a state of endless self-blame. That was why he had only woken up after half a month. However, he was awake now, but his heart was still in a state of self-blame. Moreover, there was a formless evil aura lingering in his heart and mind. At this moment, in his mind, he seemed to see a person brandishing a saber. Every saber contained terrifying power. Every saber had the power to kill 1,000 miles, topple mountains and overturn seas, and destroy the heavens and earth. Waves of demonic chi that could dominate the world spread out from the saber moves. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. White bones piled up into mountains, blood flowed into rivers. Created by the first evil emperor, 8 arts of the devil saber. These 8 arts had been mastered by the wind god, Nia Feng, when he had fallen into a demonic state. At that time, in order to deal with the foreign overlord, Zhu Wuxian, who had invaded the Central Plains, Nia Feng had willingly fallen into a demonic state. In the end, his demonic nature had erupted, and he had killed 1,000 miles, causing blood to flow into rivers. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had revered the wind god, Nia Feng, to the extreme, so he knew all the martial arts that Nia Feng had refined. However, he had never cultivated the 8 demonic saber arts, but he had still memorized its chant. At that time, he had only wanted to learn about the wind god's life. However, he really did not expect that in this life, he would unexpectedly use the 8 demonic saber arts. This was because when Ling Xiao saw Luo Meiying's death, he had felt an unprecedented sense of guilt in his heart. An unprecedented sense of bloodthirst filled his whole body. When he was about to take out a profound weapon from his space ring to kill Luo Baxing, he felt a strong call from the blood-devouring demonic saber that had been lying idle. At that time, Ling Xiao did not even think about it and took out the blood-devouring demonic saber. Then, the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber merged with Ling Xiao's anger, creating a powerful, bloodthirsty, and ferocious killing intent. Ling Xiao was in a berserk state, so it was impossible for him to suppress this evil aura that did not belong to him. He only knew that he had to kill Luo Baxing to avenge Luo Meiying. Later, after the heavy sword sect and Luo Baxing fought, Ling Xiao was controlled by the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber and almost killed Bing Ruoshui. If not for the little bit of affection he still had for Bing Ruoshui would definitely have died under his saber. Ling Xiao forced himself to put away his saber and chased after Sha Tianxing and the others. The people from the Purple Sky sect and the Flaming Charm sect were lucky enough to survive. Was Ling Xiao, who had just woken up, still affected by the evil aura? Chapter 342. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the top of the cave as a drop of cool stone milk slid down from the stalactite. The milk was like a pearl, crystal clear, cold as snow, and filled with pure and vast energy. Ding! The milk landed on Ling Xiao's dry lips and slid down his throat. Huh! Ling Xiao let out a muffled groan as his body underwent a shocking change. The injuries in his body were rapidly healing. Ling Xiao's hollow eyes gradually brightened, but the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand was trembling slightly. The blade alternated between red and black, looking extremely strange. It seemed to be resisting something. Give your body to me. I can bestow upon you the most powerful energy so that you can kill all your enemies. An evil and cold voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ling Xiao remained motionless, but he said to the voice in his knowledge sea, "Come over, I want more power." All right, relax your mind. I'll go over now. No matter what happens, don't struggle or you'll be hurt by accident. The voice laughed excitedly. As the voice faded, a dark mist emerged from the blood-devouring demon saber. This black mist was like a human face, a middle-aged man's face. Its facial features and expression were sinister and sinister. It sneered coldly and plunged into Ling Zhao's body, whose eyes were closed. Ling Zhao's knowledge sea was incomparably vast. In this world, if one really wanted to find someone with a knowledge sea larger than Ling Zhao's, they had to be an alchemist above the 8th level. An alchemist who had reached the 8th level was practically at the peak of this continent. It had been many years since the birth of a 9th level alchemist, let alone a divine alchemist. It could be said that with the spiritual force in Ling Zhao's knowledge sea, he could completely refine an 8th level medicinal pill. However, his own strength was still lacking. As long as his strength increased, there would be no obstacles for him to directly increase his alchemist rank. This was also the location of Ling Zhao's tenbin. When that mass of black mist entered Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness through his facial features, Ling Zhao's expression changed. It laughed out loud. I can finally regain my freedom. That's great. Idiot, are you done laughing? A green shadow appeared in front of it and scolded the black fog face. Caw. The black foggy face was dumbfounded. How could this old man be in the sea of consciousness? The black fog's face turned furious. Just as it was about to say something, a scorching energy made it feel extremely uncomfortable. Roar. A small part of its black fog was burned by the blue flames, causing it to howl in pain. It had no choice but to stay far away. Only then did it seriously check if it had gone the wrong way. This place had already been carved up by others. In front of it was a small emerald green tree, 2 strange beads, one blue and one gray, and a shadow that belonged to Ling Zhao. The black fog face was stunned for a moment, and it cried out in its heart, "What damned space did I enter? Why are there so many things here?" Ling Zhao's shadow crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "Are you very surprised?" The black fog face said angrily, "Did you lie to me?" "Huh, I lied to you? You were the one who wanted to bestow me with great power, and you came in here on your own. How can you say that I lied to you?" Ling Zhao smiled indifferently. Then why are there so many damn things here?" The black fog face asked in confusion. Lu Wen pointed at the black fog face and scolded, "Who do you think you are? You filthy thing that's neither human nor ghost. What qualifications do you have to say that we are damn things? We are divine objects." The black fog face stared at Lu Wang and then looked at the 2 strange beads. It was especially afraid of the blue one. It didn't argue with Lu Wang and instead asked Ling Zhao, "Are those 2 strange beads? You're quite perceptive. First, tell me what you are. You're actually inside the vampiric demon blade and want to control me." "I almost fell for your trick," Ling Zhao said indifferently. Previously, when Ling Zhao had taken out the vampiric demon blade to kill people, he had especially felt the strangeness of the blade. Furthermore, it could absorb blood to level up, a function that not even spirit weapons could do. Therefore, when Ling Zhao woke up in a daze, he absorbed the 10 millennia stalactite that fell from the stalactite. His body quickly recovered, and his consciousness finally became much clearer. The black fog face thought that Ling Zhao's willpower was weak and wanted to seize the opportunity to seize Ling Zhao's soul and take over Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao just happened to beat him at his own game. He let this unknown thing enter his mind space and at the same time took control. Who would have thought that Ling Zhao's mind space was like a sanctuary with several strange things inside? And these strange things were all under Ling Zhao's control. It could be said that within Ling Zhao's mind space, he was invincible. When Ling Zhao confirmed that it was a strange bead, the black fog face's expression became even more colorful. "No, I can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, I'll be burned by that damned heavenly flame." The black fog face seemed to have its own consciousness. It thought for a moment, then immediately scattered the black fog and fled out of the mind space. It knew that it would only be safe after it escaped from here. Ling Zhao sneered, "Want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" Just as he finished speaking, the demon blue fire bead instantly blossomed with colorful flames and wrapped around the black fog. ZZ. When the black fog came into contact with the blue flames, it immediately let out a strange sound and was instantly burned. Ah. No, don't do this. I beg you, don't let it burn anymore. The black fog face gathered again and squeezed into a corner, begging Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the blue flames stopped attacking. However, they still scattered around the mind space, constantly guarding against the black fog face's escape. Say it. If you can't satisfy me, then stay here and become some fertilizer for them. I believe they'll be very willing. Ling Xiao said lightly. He felt that this black thing should be something extraordinary. Although it was a bit evil, he wanted to understand it first and see if he could use it. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy it here. The black fog face made an expression of resignation and said, I didn't expect that this emperor would be defeated by a brat like you. The heavens are so unfair. After it was done, it began to talk about its origins. I can't remember how long I've been in the Demon Blade, but it's at least 5,000 years. Back in the day, I, the Demon Emperor, swept through the entire continent. My might was awe-inspiring. Ordinary martial artists trembled in fear when they saw me. Earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables bowed their heads when they saw me. The black fog face was solemn. Its expression was filled with a domineering aura that looked down on the world, but it also seemed to be filled with endless worry. Stop, don't talk so much nonsense. Just who are you? Make it short, I don't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao interrupted impatiently. Then, he thought about the black fog face's words and immediately said with astonishment, Demon Emperor? You used to be at the Emperor stage? The black fog face said arrogantly, of course. If it wasn't for the fact that I was ambushed by a damned traitor when I was suddenly at the Saint stage, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing the black fog face's affirmation, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the black fog face he had trapped was actually a mystic emperor stage super expert when he was alive. The ranks of martial artists were divided into martial disciple, mystic cultivator, spirit master, king stage, earthly sovereign, heavenly venerables, emperor stage, saint stage, and god stage. In the vast northwest, mystic cultivators and spiritual masters were equivalent to the cornerstone of any sect. King stage represented the core strength of the sect. Every king stage was already considered a powerful existence, a strong person who could dominate a city. Earth sovereign stage could already be called the pillar that the sect relied on to survive, and was the representative of the strongest power in the northwest. As for heavenly venerables, they were already known as old monsters. In the northwest, they were equivalent to gods, high and mighty, overlooking all living beings, and their numbers could be counted on one hand. As for the mystic emperor stage, Ling Xiao had never heard of such a super-powerful existence in the northwest. To the current Ling Xiao, he could only look up to it and didn't dare to imagine it. This was also why he was so shocked when he heard the black fog face admit that it was at the emperor stage. Now you know how powerful I am. If you can merge with me, you will definitely be able to ascend to the emperor stage in the future, or even the saint stage. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so shocked, the black fog face took the opportunity to speak again. You dirty thing, you clearly want to devour my soul and seize the opportunity to take my body for your own use. You really know how to play the game. Lu Weng snorted coldly. The black fog face was extremely embarrassed when he heard this. It had thought that once it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it could devour Ling Xiao's soul without fear. Unfortunately, there was a heavenly fire here that could restrain its soul, which was why it didn't dare to casually attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would only end up being destroyed in both body and soul. Ling Xiao recovered his shocked expression and said, You've been in the demonic saber all these years? The black fog face answered every question. That's right, this saber has always been this emperor's saber, and it has accompanied this emperor in conquering the world. It has long since developed intelligence. If this emperor could advance to the saint stage back then, it would also advance with this emperor. Unfortunately, this old man was harmed by a traitor, and my physical body was destroyed. Only a wisp of my destroyed soul was left in the saber, drifting everywhere. The saber spirit offered up all of its spirit chi to help this emperor preserve my soul from destruction. Thus, the saber turned from a high-grade spirit artifact to an ordinary profound artifact. It can also be said that this emperor is now the saber spirit of the saber. As this emperor grows stronger, there will come a day when it can become a spirit artifact, or even a saint artifact. But how can this emperor be willing to be a saber spirit forever? I'm not willing. I want this demon emperor to dominate the 4 seas and rule the world. Stop, stop. Don't talk about your glorious history. This young master is tired of listening to it. In the end, you're just a wisp of a remnant soul, right? Ling Xiao said impatiently with a wave of his hand. The black fog face knew that it had no chance of survival if it didn't tell the truth, so it could only admit it. That's right, this emperor is just a wisp of a remnant soul. Then it seems that it'll be easy for me to destroy you? Ling Xiao said indifferently. The black fog face panicked. No. Don't do this. Please. Chapter 343. Ling Xiao played with the blue flames with one hand and looked at the black fog face's nervous expression. He said proudly, Emperor Stage. Bah, you don't even dare to fart in front of me. If those high and mighty mystic Emperor Stage super experts heard Ling Xiao's words, they would probably be so angry that they would jump up and scold him. They would all shout angrily, a little spirit master like you dares to say such things? This emperor can kill you with one finger, no, one fingernail. You want to take my soul, why should I let you go? So that you can continue to pester me? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. At the same time, the blue flames in his hand burned towards the black fog face. The black fog face let out a strange cry and quickly hid in another corner while begging for mercy. Don't do this, let me go. I will never have any evil thoughts towards you again. ZZ. The black fog face was burned by the blue flames again, and it screamed in pain. I beg you, as long as you let me go. I will serve you as my master for life. The black fog face finally made a final compromise. Hearing the black fog face's words, Ling Xiao wiped an imperceptible smile and calmly called back the blue flames. He said, Why should I believe you? The black fog face still had some lingering fear as it explained, There are so many strange things in your sea of consciousness, this emperor naturally cannot pose any threat to you, so you can rest assured that I will never have any evil thoughts towards you again, unless this emperor is tired of living. Of course I know this. What I want to hear is how you are willing to serve me as your master. If you don't have any sincerity, I don't mind making you disappear now. Anyway, there's no use in keeping you, Ling Xiao said with narrowed eyes. The black fog face cursed in its heart, how can this kid be so smart? I am only in soul form now. If I want to be the blade spirit of the demonic blade, as long as I have enough blood or souls to devour, I can make the blade a spirit weapon again, and a high-grade one at that. Even an Earth Emperor Stage would have to retreat. This should be a great help to you, the black fog face said lightly. It did not believe that this little spirit master would not be tempted by the spirit weapon. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Your sincerity is still not enough. With that, the blue flame in his hand pounced forward like a hungry wolf. No, as long as you find me a suitable body, I'll be your most loyal servant for the rest of my life. Otherwise, let my soul scatter and I'll never be able to reincarnate, the black fog face swore as it dodged the blue flames. Heh, why didn't you say that earlier? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and retracted his blue flames. Now tell me, with your abilities, it should be easy for you to possess someone's soul. Why did you choose me? Since this was an emperor-level soul, its magic power was monstrous. It would be easy for it to take over a person's soul. For example, Xiahou Shi, who wielded the saber back then. His strength was low, so it should not be difficult for him to possess his soul. However, this emperor-rank soul didn't do that, and it wanted to seize his soul instead. This truly puzzled Ling Xiao, and that was why he'd said that. There were some things that he had to get to the bottom of. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what was going on when something happened to him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be careful with this unfamiliar soul. The black fog face naturally knew of Ling Xiao's vigilance. It immediately sighed and explained, "Back then, I was heavily injured by a traitor. He and a few other Emperor-level experts chased me for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, they destroyed my physical body and almost completely destroyed my soul. Fortunately, I had already separated a wisp of my soul and attached it to the saber, allowing me to escape. However, I had lost 80 to 90% of my cultivation, and it was impossible for me to be reborn. It was also very difficult for me to rely on my weak soul force to possess someone else's body. Thus, I could only rely on the blood on the saber to slowly nourish and strengthen my soul. The blood essence of the people you killed before this was quite good, allowing me to further recover some of my soul force. It was only now that I dared to forcefully possess someone else's body." After listening to the black fog face's explanation, Ling Xiao already believed half of it. However, he still didn't bat an eyelid and said, "So you're saying that your soul is still very weak right now, and you can't possess the soul of a higher-level martial artist?" "That's right. Right now, I can possess the body of a martial artist above the Spirit Master rank. As for King rank and Earth Emperor rank, it's not impossible. It all depends on that person's condition. In the end, if I can find a body suitable for my element, then it'll be even more perfect." The black fog face replied. It paused for a moment before continuing, "I've said everything that needs to be said. Can you let me out now?" "Of course I'll let you out. However, you seem to need to show some sincerity to prove that you're already loyal to me, right?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed lightly. You're lying to me? I've already told you everything. Is that not enough sincerity?" The black fog face darkened as it spoke. Ling Xiao repeatedly waved his hand and said, "No, I believe your words. However, I don't believe your character. When you leave here, what should I do if you break your promise?" "Bastard, I've always kept my word. I've also made a heavy oath. How can you not believe me?" The black fog face roared angrily. Thinking back to when it was unhindered in the four corners of the sea, it was mighty and domineering. It never thought that it would end up being bullied by a mere spirit master. It was extremely ashamed and angry. If it could regain its body in the future, the first thing it would do would be to crush this annoying brat in front of it. Ling Xiao revealed a wicked smile and said, "Hee, one look and I can tell you're not a good person. If you want to survive, then you have to show me some sincerity that can convince me. Otherwise, you can stay here and become fertilizer." As Ling Xiao spoke, the blue flame in his hand continuously pulsed, full of spirituality. The black fog face looked at the blue flame with extreme fear. In the end, the black fog face could only compromise and said, "Forget it. Forget it. I'll leave a strand of my divine will here. Is that okay?" Ling Xiao asked, "What's the use of a strand of divine will?" The black fog face said angrily, "A strand of divine will is the essence of this emperor's soul. As long as it stays here, this emperor will be restricted by you. If this emperor does not serve you as master, you can use the heavenly fire to destroy my divine will. This way, I will be injured, and I don't know how many years it will take for me to recover to my current state. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you as a servant. Come, call me young master," Ling Xiao said with a smile. On the surface, he looked a little happy, but there was no excitement on his face. In fact, he was already overjoyed in his heart. This was a mystic, the arch-servant. It was likely that no one in the entire continent would be able to find such a young and handsome the arch-master like him. In his heart, he was truly overjoyed. He did not expect that an ordinary Xian artifact would contain such a terrifying soul. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also glad that he had 3 great treasures in his sea of consciousness. Especially the demon blue fire pearl, which was a powerful treasure that could restrain souls. Otherwise, he would definitely be possessed by the other party or let it escape. That would be a huge loss. In the end, the black fog face had no choice but to split half of its soul power to stay in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Only then did Ling Xiao release the other half of its soul power. The black fog face's soul was the blood-devouring demon saber's saber spirit. Naturally, it could only return to the saber. After the black fog face returned to the saber, its entire body was trembling with anger. But when it thought of the foreign objects in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it felt terrified. Where did this brat come from? He could actually obtain 2 strange pearls and an ancient tree at the same time. This is simply unbelievable. Even when this emperor was at his peak, he did not dare to forcibly obtain 2 strange pearls. This is really strange, strange. The black fog face kept muttering to itself in the back of the saber. When Ling Xiao came out of the sea of consciousness, he let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the blood-devouring demon saber in his hand, he revealed a satisfied smile. But then he became gloomy and distressed. Senior Sister Luo, why are you so stupid? You actually died for an unrelated person like me. Ling Xiao said in annoyance as he twirled his hair. After a while, he raised his tiger-like eyes and solemnly swore, Senior Sister, don't worry. I swear by the heavens that I will definitely bring you back to life. After saying that, Ling Xiao bit his finger to prove his words. Then he fiercely said, Heavy Sword Sect, I'll let you be awe-inspiring for a while longer. This young master will definitely make you restless. After Ling Xiao swore, the anger on his face gradually calmed down. Oh no. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly let out a strange cry and jumped up. Then he said to the purple serpent earthworm, Little dragon, quickly take me out to have a look. The purple serpent earthworm looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing that his condition was much better, it obediently took Ling Xiao's body and burrowed into the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao once again appeared on the surface. Looking at the gray sky, he muttered, This is bad. Am I going to be trapped here for the rest of my life? Needless to say, Ling Xiao already knew that the secret realm's opening day had passed. Of course, entering the heaven-suppressing sect required dozens of Earth's sovereign realm cultivators to open the passage. Right now, he was only a peak spirit master. How could he leave this place? Ling Xiao was at a loss. He had just made a heavy oath, and now he was trapped here. What should he do? Master, there's no need to worry. There's nothing bad about staying here. The spiritual energy here is much denser than outside. Although it's not some immortal mountain, it's not bad in this area. You can cultivate to the Empyrean realm, and you might even be able to break through the restrictions here and leave. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's words rang out in his mind. Now, the Demon Emperor had been wronged by Ling Xiao's tyrannical power, and had no choice but to lower himself and call Ling Xiao master. Empyrean realm? How long did it take you to cultivate to the Empyrean realm? Ling Xiao asked. The Demon Emperor was silent for a moment before laughing, I, the Demon Emperor, am a rare cultivation genius. I broke through to the King realm when I was 25, the Earth's sovereign realm when I was 48, and the Empyrean realm before I was 100. At that time, breaking through to the Empyrean realm before I was 100 was a great honor. Before you were 100? Ling Xiao sat down like a deflated balloon. The priestess still had a year to live. How could he wait until he was 100? By the time he left, the two of them would be separated by life and death. No, I have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts and stood up. Chapter 344. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao began to fully recover his physical condition. He completely abandoned the self-blame for Luo Meiying's death. He wanted to turn his grief and indignation into strength and pull himself together again. 3 days later, Ling Xiao began to wander around the secret territory. The area occupied by the heaven-suppressing sect was very vast and boundless. There was no lack of treasures that had not been dug out. There were also precious Xian skills, Xian weapons, and elixirs left behind in the destroyed halls. No one would dislike these things. In any case, Ling Xiao could not leave this place now, so he might as well plunder it first. At the same time, he felt that he should break through to the king's stage here before making any further plans. After a few more days, Ling Xiao found a total of 3 broken halls. There were all kinds of zombies here, and there was no lack of high-level green zombies. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the heaven fire to protect his body, so he was not afraid of these zombies and burned them one by one. He entered these broken halls and found a cultivation room that was arranged with a spiritual array, so the spiritual energy was denser than the outside world. There was also gravity, which could be used to cultivate a martial artist's body. Ling Xiao was very curious about these spiritual arrays. In the future, when he wanted to establish his own force, he would definitely need this kind of spiritual array to gather spiritual energy, so that his people could cultivate faster. Finally, after Ling Xiao had looted the 3 remaining palaces, he found a spirit formation scroll in the last one. Ling Xiao put it away as if he had found a treasure. He was not a formation master, so he did not know how to inscribe spiritual inscriptions. He could only wait until he found a helper who could inscribe spiritual inscriptions in the future. In addition to this spiritual array scroll, Ling Xiao also obtained a lot of Xian skills, but the highest level were blue rank cultivation techniques. He did not encounter any red rank cultivation techniques. In addition, there were some 4th or 5th rank Xian weapons. As for spirit weapons, he did not encounter any. In addition, he also obtained some very precious refining materials. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied with this. These things could only be found by chance in the outside world. Even the sect did not have such an abundant collection. It's time to go into seclusion. Ling Xiao searched for a few days and walked through all of the broken halls. There was nothing left in many of the broken halls, so he didn't plan to continue searching. Thus, he chose one of the cultivation rooms with the densest spirit qi and went into seclusion. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the cultivation room, the Demon Emperor's voice rang out, "Master, don't be in such a hurry to enter seclusion. I've discovered something." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What did you find?" The Sky Demon Emperor had not spoken a single word for the past few days. Now that he had taken the initiative to speak, he must have discovered something. "There's a dense deathly aura not too far from here. There should be some remnant spiritual energy there that can strengthen my soul," said the Demon Emperor urgently. "Oh, that's your business." "It's none of my business," Ling Xiao said angrily. He had thought that there would be some amazing discovery, but it turned out to be a land of death. "Master, don't. Recovering my soul will only bring you benefits. Think about it, when I find a suitable body in the future, won't I be a powerful helper?" The Demon Emperor said anxiously. "Master, don't." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're right. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao followed the Demon Emperor's senses and arrived at an inconspicuous mountain range. This mountain range did not have as dense spirit qi as other places. Instead, it was filled with a deathly aura. A cold wind blew past, producing a whistling sound that would cause one's hair to stand on end. Ling Xiao looked at a 3-meter-tall stone tablet in front of the mountain range and muttered, "Tomb." The 2 words tomb were like silver hooks, ancient and powerful, filled with an austere aura. Could this be the tomb of the heaven-suppressing sect's great figures? Ling Xiao wondered. He hesitated for a moment, but he still walked towards the tomb. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's anxious voice sounded out in his mind, "Master, wait." Ling Xiao stopped and asked, "Is there anything else?" The Demon Emperor said, "Master, throw a stone in to take a look." Ling Xiao frowned, but he still followed the Demon Emperor's instructions. He used his mental energy to pull a 500-kilogram boulder towards the entrance of the tomb. Boom! Just as the boulder reached the tomb emitted a powerful restrictive light, instantly turning the 500-kilogram boulder into dust. Ling Xiao looked at this scene in shock, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. If he had rashly walked over just now, he would have died immediately. "Damn you, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had moved a bit faster, I would have been killed by you," Ling Xiao cursed at the Demon Emperor for no reason. The Demon Emperor felt wronged. Didn't I remind you in time? In his heart, however, he was thinking, a mere spirit master dares to yell at me? When I recover, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. What should I do? I can't break through such a powerful restriction, so I can't go in. Ling Xiao didn't linger and instead returned to the main topic. Master, just because you can't go in doesn't mean I can't. Wait for this emperor, no, wait for this old servant to go in and take a look, the Demon Emperor said. You can go in? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. This restriction light can only deal with physical objects. It doesn't have any restrictions on the soul, the Demon Emperor replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, then go in and see if there's anything suitable for you. At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the vampiric demon blade and let the Demon Emperor leave the blade. The Demon Emperor revealed a look of joy and turned into a cloud of black mist that dove into the tomb. After the Demon Emperor went in, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and quietly looked at the tomb's stone tablet. He felt that the two words, tomb, were filled with killing intent, as if some peerless expert had used a sword to carve out the word, sword. He had read some books about setting up restrictions. Normally, one had to reach the king level before they could set up the restriction light. In order to destroy the restriction here, one would need to use up all of the restriction's energy. Ling Xiao didn't plan on destroying the restriction for the time being. He wanted to carefully comprehend the restriction left behind by the senior expert and see if it could help him. Ling Xiao released his spiritual will towards the stone tablet to see through it. When his divine sense reached the two words, tomb, Ling Xiao was shocked. These two words actually contained the killing restrictions of several Empyrean powerhouses. Every stroke and every movement carried the power of an Empyrean powerhouse's strongest attack. Ling Xiao felt the power that could destroy heaven and earth, and his entire body was trapped inside. It wasn't long before Ling Xiao's face was covered in cold sweat, and even the back of his clothes had been drenched. Ling Xiao's tightly closed brows knit together even more tightly. At the same time, bloodstains actually started to appear on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his aura still existed, others would probably think that he was bleeding out of his 7 orifices and had died. Break for me. After a while, Ling Xiao roared loudly, and his figure shot up from the spot while a powerful aura circulated incessantly around him. Condense. Ling Xiao opened his bright eyes, waved his hand, and drew the word, kill, in midair. This word emanated dense metal attribute spiritual energy, and it seemed as if it was cast from metal and seemed to be filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. Go. Ling Xiao's face turned slightly pale, and then he waved his hand and blasted the seemingly material, kill, word towards the side. Rumble. Dust and dirt rose into the air while bits of rock shot through the air. A pile of rocks to the side was blasted into smithereens by the kill word. So restrictions are made from a martial artist's force and spiritual energy. This power is indeed extraordinary, muttered Ling Xiao as he landed on the ground. He never would have thought that comprehending the two words on the stone tablet would allow him to further control the flow of spiritual energy, and at the same time, deepen the use of his aura. The comprehension this time was a very important breakthrough for him to advance to the Imperial King realm. Who would have thought that a peak soul master could actually draw a restriction to kill? This was simply unheard of. This could only mean how shocking Ling Xiao's comprehension was in Tenbin. However, even if one had a monstrous comprehension like Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the force from the restriction like Ling Xiao did. After all, there weren't many people like Ling Xiao who had the support of a powerful mental strength. His divine sense was already comparable to an Earth Emperor realm expert, or else how could he have been able to wake up from the pressure of the restriction? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that his comprehension was extremely dangerous. Luckily, he had finally gained something. He could already feel that he was becoming more and more proficient in using his spiritual energy. He just needed to wait for a period of time before he could definitely become a king. Controlling spiritual energy and being able to use it well was the most important requirement to become a king. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to comprehend the restriction to kill that he had just learned. He found that restrictions could not only be used to set up defenses, but could also be used as a powerful attack to kill enemies. It could even be used as a trap to injure people invisibly. He still needed to slowly uncover all the mysteries within. After Ling Xiao meditated for half a day, the demon emperor's soul finally flew out from the tomb. This is great. I didn't think that there would be so many remnant souls left here that haven't dissipated. The demon emperor's black face laughed wildly. It seemed like he had gained a lot from this trip. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at him. How much have you recovered? I've recovered a quarter of my soul force. Now, even an Earth Emperor realm martial artist can't stop me from seizing a body and being reborn. The demon emperor replied proudly. You've recovered so much? Ling Xiao's eyes twitched. The demon emperor was once a peak mystic emperor and was only a step away from entering the saint realm. He didn't think that there would be so much soul force left in this tomb for him to recover. Ling Xiao was slightly worried that the demon emperor would betray him in the future. He was wondering if he should take advantage of the fact that the demon emperor didn't have a physical body to destroy it so that it wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. The demon emperor seemed to sense Ling Xiao's displeasure and immediately explained, Master, don't worry. No matter how strong I am, my divine sense can't leave your sea of consciousness. As long as you think about it, I will lose half of it. So no matter how strong I become, I still won't be a threat to Master. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. I hope it's as you say. The demon emperor changed the topic. Master, I found a lot of good things inside. They should be very beneficial to you. Chapter 345. Ling Xiao asked, What's good for me? The demon emperor replied, Although it's a tomb, this is the foundation of this sect. Only those who have reached the Earth's sovereign realm can be buried here, and they will leave behind their comprehensions before they die, which is also the corresponding inheritance ground. It's probably prepared for their descendants and disciples. As long as the disciple of Tenbin is powerful enough, they can enter and rely on their own luck to obtain the inheritance of their seniors, continuing the sect's flourishing lineage. There's no lack of honorable inheritances in this tomb, so it seems like this sect already has a 5th-grade foundation. I didn't expect such a sect to exist in a desolate place like the Northwest. It's really shocking. The tomb is the inheritance ground? Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. That's right. If Master can go inside and obtain the inheritance of the honorable realm, you'll definitely reach the honorable realm in less than a decade. At that time, you can leave this place, the demon emperor replied. Honorable realm? Ling Xiao muttered with his hands behind his back as he looked at the gloomy mountain range. His eyes shone with a dazzling light as he said, You're my servant, and you've already reached the peak of the emperor realm. In the future, I'll break through the emperor realm and become a saint. If that's enough to make you submit completely, how can a mere honorable realm be my goal? Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly as he spoke, and a noble golden aura emanated from his body. In this world, the strongest wasn't the honorable realm, but the emperor realm, the saint realm, and the god realm. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had a stubborn temper, and he wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. He had already set his goal to the highest point, so how could he give up his pursuit for the benefits in front of him? After all, once a martial artist obtained an inheritance, they would have to cultivate according to what they obtained. Once they reached the level of an inheritance, it would be extremely difficult to continue breaking through. Although an inheritance was precious, it had its advantages and disadvantages. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Xiao chose to give up. Moreover, he felt that he should be able to walk a path that belonged to him to the peak. The demon emperor instantly dove into the blood-devouring demon blade and thought to himself, how heroic was I back then? How can a brat like you surpass me? By the way, other than the inheritance, what else did you discover? Ling Xiao asked indifferently as he retracted his aura. There should still be some good stuff, but this place is covered with restrictions. Master, your physical body won't be able to enter, replied the demon emperor. Yes, even if I know that there are precious treasures here, I still can't take them out. In the future, when I reach the Supreme Being rank, what use would the things inside be to me? No, I must think of a way to break this restriction. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and sighed. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged for a while, thinking about how to break the restrictions here. After a while, Ling Xiao jumped up and exclaimed, "Can't you just let the purple drake take me in?" Ling Xiao felt that this idea should work. If they couldn't enter from the surface, they should be able to enter from underground, right? Just as Ling Xiao was about to call for the purple drake, the demon emperor said, "A restriction placed by a supreme being isn't that simple. I'm afraid that even the little drake won't be able to burrow into the ground, unless its strength reaches the 6th stage." Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a wave of depression. If even the purple drake couldn't do anything, then what other way would he be able to enter the tomb and enter the secret realm? Was he really going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Ling Xiao thought of using the obsidian cauldron to break the restriction, but his own strength was limited and he couldn't use the cauldron's full power. After a few attempts, he suffered a backlash and wasn't able to truly break the restriction. "Forget it, I'll just cultivate and break through to the monarch rank first," Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Another half a month passed, and Ling Xiao calmly cultivated in front of the tomb. With the 3 spirit items gathering spiritual qi in his sea of knowledge, he didn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual qi. After half a month, Ling Xiao had completely reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. If he wanted to, he could enter the half-step monarch rank at any time. However, he didn't have the time to advance step by step. He had to break through from the Spirit Master realm to the monarch rank. During this period of time, besides cultivating, Ling Xiao was comprehending the 2 words, tomb, and he was becoming more and more proficient in using spiritual qi. On this day, he raised his condition to its peak and prepared to break through to the monarch rank in one go. Ling Xiao's spiritual qi had long since been filled to the brim, and his dantian had become solid. There was even a faint layer of light around it, like a protective barrier that protected his dantian from damage. As for his meridians, acupuncture points, organs, all of his physiological functions had become like they were cast in gold, and they seemed to be full of vitality, powerful and dazzling. A few different colored spiritual qi roared ceaselessly in his meridians, like the waves of the ocean. Again and again, they battered and cleansed the muscles of his entire body. His meridians grew stronger, and his acupuncture points shone brighter. All of the spiritual qi gathered in his dantian, and his dantian doubled in size. It was almost the size of half a fist, and the spiritual qi was like a swimming dragon that constantly flashed in the surroundings. With Ling Xiao as the center, the spiritual qi in the surroundings swarmed toward Ling Xiao's Tianling acupoint like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual qi whistled like a huge wind, and it formed a huge whirlpool above Ling Xiao's head. It was extremely shocking. If those experts above the monarch rank were to see this situation, they would probably think that Ling Xiao wasn't breaking through to the monarch rank, but the earth monarch rank. Otherwise, how could it be possible for him to need so much spiritual qi? Good heavens, this little brat is actually absorbing 5 different types of spiritual energy at the same time. How is this possible? The demon emperor in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge exclaimed in shock. Then he said, "What a pity. Cultivating all 5 elements at the same time is destined to take a long time. Every time he advances, he must have all 5 elements at the same time. It seems like his future achievements will be limited." The 3 exotic creatures in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea knew that Ling Xiao was in a critical period, so they didn't share the spiritual qi that had gathered. Instead, they allowed the spiritual qi to enter Ling Xiao's head, then converged into his baihui, and finally entered his dantian. As more and more spiritual qi entered his dantian, Ling Xiao's momentum rose steadily. At the place where he sat, the dust and gravel around him flew into the air. This state lasted for a whole day and night, and it still hadn't ended. Ling Xiao was secretly anxious. The energy is still far from enough. Ling Xiao couldn't help but guard his mind and take out 3 rhombus-shaped crystals from his space ring. These 3 crystals were crimson in color, sparkling and translucent, and exuded a strong fire attribute spiritual energy. These were the top-grade fire mysterious crystals Ling Xiao had obtained from the belly of the volcano in Flame Valley. Each fire mysterious crystal contained powerful spiritual energy, and when the 3 fire mysterious crystals were placed together, it wasn't much different from the amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed. Ling Xiao clasped his palms together and scattered the 3 fire mysterious crystals, instantly absorbing the powerful fire attribute spiritual energy into his body. When Ling Xiao absorbed the spiritual energy from the 3 top-grade fire mysterious crystals, coupled with the spiritual energy from the outside world, his entire body swelled up. For a time, he changed from a sturdy and slender young man to a bloated man. However, Ling Xiao didn't panic because of this, and instead secretly rejoiced. What pure fire attribute energy! After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's body went from fat to thin, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's whole body bounced up from the ground, and he grabbed at the void with both hands. 2 strands of spiritual energy were drawn over by him, and his hands blasted in one direction. The flames surged, and the power was overwhelming. Rumble. A boulder weighing several thousand kilograms in that direction was blasted into powder by the 2 fiery palms. Haha! I can finally fly. Ling Xiao floated in the air and laughed heartily. After so long, he had finally stepped into the king rank and achieved the king rank. Now, this feeling of joy was revealed on his face, which was laughing wildly. The king rank was the stepping stone for any martial artist. If one couldn't achieve the king rank, they could only be an ordinary martial artist for life, and after 100 years, they could only return to the earth. After breaking through to the king rank, one could be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and embarking on the path of cultivation. Their lifespan would increase to 200 to 300 years, and if they could cultivate to the high-rank king rank, they would have at least 500 years of lifespan. However, everyone pursued an endless lifespan, and at the same time, they pursued the extreme of martial arts. It had only been 3 months since Ling Xiao became a high-rank spirit master in the Sex Spirit Gathering Pagoda. This kind of breakthrough speed could be called monstrous. Of course, if he hadn't drunk the 10,000-year stone milk, he wouldn't have reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm so quickly. Moreover, he had begun to comprehend the circulation of spiritual energy when he was a mid-rank Spirit Master, and in this half a month, he had also meditated on the restrictions left behind by the Sky Sovereign rank, so his control of spiritual energy wasn't much inferior to that of an ordinary king rank. Therefore, this breakthrough could be said to be a matter of course. Previously, the Demon Emperor felt that Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes, and that he needed to comprehend all 5 attributes to perfection in order to have any success. His future path of cultivation would definitely be even more difficult. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's 5 attributes were metal, wood, fire, ice, and wind. The metal attribute was his innate attribute, and the wood attribute was something he had only obtained through Wing Lu's influence. As for the fire, ice, and wind attributes, they were all formed from cultivating the 3 returns to origin energy. When Ling Xiao used the 3 returns to origin energy to break through to the king rank, the first to benefit would definitely be the fire, ice, and wind attributes. The metal attribute was an innate attribute that Ling Xiao was born with, and when the other 3 attributes advanced, they would naturally affect his own attribute. At that time, it would be relatively easy for him to sense the circulation of spiritual energy and use the same principle to break through. As for the wood attribute, he didn't need to pay any attention to it. Although he didn't know who Wing Lu was, as long as Ling Xiao's strength could increase, his comprehension of the wood attribute would definitely not be inferior to the other 4 attributes. It could be said that once Ling Xiao broke through, his 5 attributes would follow suit. There would definitely not be a situation where 1 or 2 attributes couldn't keep up. Unless his innate metal attribute broke through first, then the other 3 attributes of fire, ice, and wind wouldn't be able to keep up. Of course, that was impossible. Ling Xiao was a cultivator of fire, ice, and wind. These were the 3 elements of Xian arts. Ling Xiao flew around in the air with joy. He felt the surging spiritual energy in his body and the clear spiritual energy flowing around him. He felt as if his entire body had risen to a higher level. Everything he saw and sensed had become incomparably fresh and natural. He felt as if he had been separated from this world and had become a part of nature. As soon as Ling Xiao broke through to the king rank, he was like a dragon that had entered the sea, overturning rivers and seas as he soared through the universe. Chapter 346. Although Ling Xiao had broken through to the king class, he could already condense his qi into a weapon at any time and use it to attack any enemy or object within 1,000 meters. With his low-level king class strength, the 5 elemental energy, and the wind elemental speed, he could already fight against any king class opponent. Moreover, he had the mystical spiritual energy, and even an earth sovereign could kill him. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally felt that he had the ability to protect his life. Ling Xiao landed in front of the tomb, and a black medicine cauldron appeared in front of him. Let me see if I can break this restriction with my current strength. Ling Xiao murmured. His king-class aura surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered. Go! Ling Xiao raised the medicine cauldron high, and all the spiritual energy gathered on it. Then, he swung the medicine cauldron at the entrance of the restriction. Rumble. The area in front of the restriction trembled, and the divine splendor of the restriction was pushed back by the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment, and the divine splendor of the restriction crisscrossed again, as if it had not been damaged at all. The restriction set up by 5 heavenly venerables is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the medicine cauldron. At this time, the demon emperor's voice sounded again. I didn't expect Master to have obtained the obsidian divine cauldron. It's a pity that this cauldron is not an offensive weapon. Otherwise, this restriction would not have been able to withstand this blow. I didn't expect you to have such foresight, to be able to recognize the obsidian divine cauldron. Ling Xiao said, slightly surprised. Master, you underestimate this old servant. Every divine weapon is earth-shattering, and their names are known far and wide. This servant has naturally heard of them, but I have never obtained a divine weapon. Even if I had a suitable divine weapon, this old servant would not have fallen into such a predicament back then. The demon emperor sighed. It can't be. You are a dignified demon emperor, but you don't have a suitable divine weapon? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. How powerful was the mystic the Archtier? Could it be that even a demon Thearcha's cultivation could not possess a saint artifact? The demon emperor replied, Master, you've misunderstood. I naturally have a few saint artifacts in my collection, but unfortunately, they were obtained from killing enemies in the past. These few aren't suitable for my attribute saint artifacts. I originally wanted to upgrade my battle blade to a saint artifact when I became a saint, but unfortunately, I see. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Any martial artist who had a weapon that suited them would naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in battle. However, if they used a weapon that didn't suit them, they wouldn't be able to display the true power of that weapon. Just like Luo Baxing, he hadn't been able to use 1/3 of the invisible serpentine form's power. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have died long ago. Master, it's best if you don't reveal your divine cauldron in front of others in the future. Quite a few people know what's good and what's not. Once you meet an expert, you won't be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Even some super sects and powerful families will drool over it, warned the demon emperor. Ling Xiao stroked the cauldron's wall and sighed, I know. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Ling Xiao understood this principle. No matter what kind of divine artifact it was already something that could be called a god. It was extremely rare in this world, and its number was extremely limited. Any martial artist who obtained it would be able to greatly increase their combat strength, and this medicinal cauldron was a divine artifact that alchemists dreamed of obtaining. It was just that he didn't know why it had fallen into the hands of the Ling family's ancestor. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't think that far ahead. He didn't even know if he could leave this secret realm, so who would come to covet his divine cauldron? This forbidden area can't be broken, so I can only think of another way. Ling Xiao looked helplessly at the tomb before turning to leave. Although there was an inheritance inside, it wouldn't be his choice in the end. Furthermore, he didn't have the strength to break the restriction, so he could only be powerless. However, since he already knew that there were many inheritances here, he would definitely be able to break the restriction when he became stronger in the future. He would let the people around him receive the inheritance here. Ling Xiao's decision also confirmed that the people around him had stepped onto the path of the strong. Ling Xiao had already broken through to the low stage king rank, and he had a guarantee of strength in the vast northwest. However, he was helpless in this uninhabited secret realm. Another few days passed like this. Ling Xiao didn't continue to cultivate, but flew continuously in this secret realm as he blindly searched for a way out. Occasionally, he would practice his techniques in midair to completely consolidate his strength and familiarize himself with the utilization of king rank spiritual energy. This would make it more convenient for him to fight others in the future. Cloud shadow shadow. Ling Xiao cried out lightly in midair. His feet seemed to be traversing through the air, and he left behind a series of afterimages in midair. These afterimages seemed real and lingered there for a long time. This speed is comparable to a middle-stage king rank expert, and coupled with my wind attribute, even a high-stage king rank expert would find it difficult to catch up to me. Ling Xiao stood still a kilometer away, and he muttered in a carefree manner. After that, he waved his fists and legs again. Waves of flames and cold air constantly bloomed around him, like a sun of ice and fire blooming in the sky. In the sky, there was a burst of sound that could not be heard. After a while, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and flew to the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao looked at the pavilion in front of him, which was not damaged at all. He hesitated for a moment, and then walked into the pavilion again. A month ago, he and the people of the three sects entered and took all the Xian weapons and Xian skills here. But in the end, the treasure was fake, which made him puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. He once thought that the real thing might have been taken away by the people who attacked this place, but he didn't understand why those people still put the fake thing up there. Was it just to fool the later generations? Ling Xiao stepped into the pavilion again, and directly went to the top floor. Looking at the statue that had already been smashed, he only felt a sense of sadness. After all, this was an outstanding expert of the heaven-suppressing sect, and even his statue was destroyed after his death. Sigh, they really don't have any awareness of environmental protection. Ling Xiao sighed, and with a wave of his hand, a demon blue flame burned towards the statue. Since the statue had been destroyed, Ling Xiao might as well let it disappear completely. ZZ. The 1,000-year Xian stone of the statue also gradually melted under the demon blue flame. Just as Ling Xiao turned to leave, a ray of divine light bloomed from the broken statue. Xiao xiao. The divine light dispersed the heaven fire, and the entire pavilion was abnormally bright, like a pagoda. It was extremely magical. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he watched the scene unfold before him. The treasure is here. These words flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. He saw that a ball of restriction light isolated the heaven fire, and inside it were a few things, each of which was the same as the previous table. A cyan long sword, a round shield, a roll of animal skin, and 2 bottles. The long sword exuded a domineering aura, the scabbard was verdant, and the dragon's head on the hilt was roaring towards the sky, as if a small dragon could be seen swimming around the sword. The round shield was not large, and it looked simple and unadorned. A dragon's head was on the surface of the shield, the dragon's eyes were intelligent, and its long beard was curled up. The hilt of the shield was like a dragon's tail, giving it an exceptionally noble appearance. There was nothing special about the animal skin scroll. The only thing worth noticing was the small golden thread tied to the scroll, which looked extremely noble. As for the other 2 exquisite bottles, it could be seen at a glance that there were a few thumb-sized pills inside, each pill still intact, the bursts of medicinal power still imprisoned in the bottle. Ling Xiao swallowed hard and walked over, looking at the 4 suspended objects, his eyes all shining. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Ling Xiao murmured, then took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring, and smashed it towards the light barrier. Divine light crisscrossed, and a loud rumble rang out, shaking the entire pavilion. The barrier here was only used to hide the spiritual essence of the treasures, so it was far weaker than the defensive barrier, so it was directly smashed apart by the medicine cauldron. Shio shio. As soon as the barrier was broken, the azure dragon moon slashing sword and heavenly dragon shield turned into two streaks of light and flew out of the pavilion. They're actually high-grade spirit artifacts. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, grabbing the surrounding world energy with his bare hand, instantly imprisoning the two spirit artifacts. At the same time, he shouted, "Come to me." The two spirit artifacts were unable to break Ling Xiao's imprisonment with their world energy, so they could only obediently come to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao placed the obsidian cauldron in front of the two spirit artifacts, and with a flash of light, the two spirit artifacts' light dissipated, as if they had lost their world energy and instantly fell to the ground. In contrast, the obsidian cauldron was even more dazzling and mysterious. Congratulations, Master, these two are rank 7 spirit artifacts, which belong to the category of high-grade spirit artifacts. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron, and then picked up the two spirit artifacts. Two streams of warm qi flowed between his palms, making him feel comfortable in his hands. The spiritual qi was overwhelming. This place contains the rare aura of a rank 7 flood dragon, no wonder it could be divided into two to forge a sword and a shield. This must be the life artifact of a peerless expert of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the sword and shield, his eyes filled with boundless joy. It's a pity it's a wood attribute. Although it's very suitable for me, I don't have a powerful wood attribute Xian skill, so it's not suitable for me to use. Ling Xiao sighed again and put away the sword and shield. Then he said, "Perhaps I can take this back and give it to the Grand Master to use as our Wood Flag Peak spirit artifact." Ling Xiao thought of his own Wood Flag Peak. If this sword and shield were given to his Grand Master Xiao Songlin, the power would definitely be comparable to a Heavenly Venerable's battle. With this sword and shield, he could completely suppress the other peaks, and at the same time, it would give Wood Flag Peak something to rely on. Then, Ling Xiao took out the beast skin scroll and untied the golden thread that was tied to the middle of the scroll. This golden thread is as thin as hair, as sharp as a blade, and shines with a golden light. It must be an extraordinary item. Ling Xiao said as he stood on his tiptoes. This is rank 7 golden silk, it's absolutely sharp. If used as an assassination weapon, it would be a good treasure to kill without spilling blood. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the golden thread, then he slowly opened the beast skin scroll. As soon as the beast skin scroll was opened, a green light burst out, and 4 simple and bold words floated in the air. Beheading Moon Sword Art, these 4 domineering words appeared. Ling Xiao felt an impulse as he looked at the 4 big blue characters. He really wanted to see how extraordinary the power of the Beheading Moon Sword Art was. It actually dared to use Beheading Moon as its name. Chapter 347. Ling Xiao fixed his eyes on the animal skin scroll. A bright light flashed, and a series of verdant characters, like swimming tadpoles, drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. A mysterious text flashed in his mind, and he saw a person performing a sword dance in the sky. The figure was the figure of the heaven-suppressing sect's mighty figure whose statue he had destroyed. His expression was solemn, and his figure was heroic. He stood in the sky, and his green hair fluttered in the wind. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and every strike was aimed at the moon in the sky. The silhouettes of the beautiful moons were all chopped into pieces by his invisible sword qi. It was as if the real silver moon had been destroyed in front of him. Every strike was tearing space apart. Every strike was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Every strike could destroy heaven and earth. Every strike could break through the sky and shatter the moon. His peerless heroic appearance made people have the urge to worship him. The beast skin scroll in Ling Xiao's hand had already disappeared, but he was still comprehending the essence of every strike. After a long time, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes slightly. At the same time, a green sword appeared in his hand, and a bright green light shot into the sky. Ling Zhao's black hair danced in the wind, and his sword turned into a rainbow. It was like a moon or a dragon, roaring endlessly. The pavilion had long been set up with a powerful restriction. Back then, Tian Xing's silver falcon mirror and Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword couldn't cause any damage to it. However, under Ling Zhao's casual strike, a huge crack appeared in the pavilion. He waved his sword, and sword chi shot out in all directions. First moon-slaying sword, picking flowers and playing with the moon. This move looked ordinary, but the sword in his hand was like a flower petal that kept swaying, as if it was teasing the moon in the sky. It kept entangling with the moon, and the sword move rippled continuously. Second moon-slaying sword, moon-falling flowers. This move continued the essence of the previous move, but it was much more powerful than the first move. The sword move turned into countless flower petals that were like sharp blades, and directly pierced the moon into pieces. Third slashing moon sword, meteor chasing moon. This move was similar to the third move of the tyrant style, sword meteor. It was extremely domineering and extraordinary as it tore through the sky with the momentum of chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Fourth blade, desolate lunar storm. This move was extremely complicated and profound. It was like the rotation of time, and the eras were stacked on top of each other until the stars and moons shattered, and all things returned to the void. It was impossible to use this move unless one had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Fifth moon-slaying sword, moon-splitting thunder. This was the most powerful move of the moon-severing sword. It could directly split space, shatter the void, slash through the silver moon, and split the earth. By relying on Ling Zhao's strength at the king rank, he was only able to execute the first three moves, and these three moves had already blasted the pavilion that had restrictions beneath it into powder. Moreover, even the buildings in an area of 50 kilometers had been swept away and destroyed. Strands of sword chi that shot out horizontally left numerous savage and enormous marks on the ground. Ling Zhao held his sword behind his back and landed on the peak of the mountain with one foot. He shone with the radiance of the sun, and a light breeze blew past, causing his clothes to flutter. His whole person looked elegant and handsome. It really lives up to its name of moon severing. The first three moves are already not weaker than the tyrant style. The last two moves are even more difficult to grasp. I'm afraid that I still need to reach the Earth Sovereign rank to be able to use them. Ling Zhao murmured as he looked at the endless sky. The moon-severing sword art was a high-grade purple-tier mystic skill. It belonged to the wood attribute sword art. There was probably not a single purple-tier mystic skill in the entire Northwest. Presumably, it was because of this profound sword art that the heaven-suppressing sect had been exterminated. However, if the heaven-suppressing sect's celestial venerables had learned this moon-severing sword art, coupled with the azure dragon moon-severing sword and the heavenly dragon shield, even the mystic arch would have had a chance. How could the entire sect have been exterminated? Ling Zhao did not think about those things from 10,000 years ago. He only knew that he had obtained another high-grade mystic skill. Besides the soul-controlling art and the three-part divine finger that he had yet to completely cultivate, he truly relied on it. However, Ling Zhao knew that if he did not use the azure dragon moon-severing sword, the power that he could use would definitely not be this terrifying. Perhaps it would only be a little stronger than the tyrant style's 3 swords and the unyielding snow's 6 secrets. Although the power of the Devil Blade 8 style was terrifying, he could not use it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable for him to fall into the Devil Dao. Now that he used the Azure Dragon Moon-severing sword art and the Moon-severing sword art, even a low-level Earth Sovereign would have to retreat. After all, the Azure Dragon Moon-severing sword was a high-grade spirit weapon. Every attack was comparable to an Earth Sovereign rank attack. If Ling Zhao's strength could completely control this spirit weapon, he might even be able to fight against a celestial venerable. Relying on external objects is not the right way. It will only affect my advancement, Ling Zhao muttered and then put away the Azure Dragon Moon-severing sword. Following that, Ling Xiao took out 2 bottles of elixirs and used his spiritual qi to seal the surroundings to prevent the elixirs from losing their potency. It's actually a 6th grade Emperor elixir and a Spirit Sovereign elixir. 3 pills in each bottle. This can't be real. Ling Xiao almost fainted from the shock of the elixirs in front of him. These 2 kinds of elixirs were 6th grade elixirs. The Emperor elixir could allow an Earth Sovereign rank expert to advance by 1 level. It was the best among 6th grade elixirs. As for the Spirit Sovereign elixir, it was a top-grade 6th grade elixir. It could allow a high-level Earth Sovereign rank expert to have a 50% chance of breaking through to the Celestial Venerable rank. Even if the breakthrough failed, it could still ensure that his cultivation would not be damaged. These 2 kinds of elixirs required countless 5th grade spiritual herbs and dozens of 6th grade spiritual herbs. In addition, they were high-grade elixirs that could only be refined by a 6th grade beast elixir. Only an alchemist who had reached the peak of the 6th grade or 7th grade could refine such a precious elixir. Every one of these elixirs would cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that there would be 6 of them here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He was even more excited than when he had obtained the Earth Sovereign rank elixirs in the Desolate Mountains. Although these 2 elixirs could not be used for the time being, it did not mean that he would not use them in the future. Moreover, he had already planned to cultivate his own forces. Now that he had these 2 elixirs, he would definitely be able to help his people reach a higher level in the future. Moreover, there was also the inheritance tomb here. This heaven-suppressing sect was indeed a powerful sect that already had the strength of a 5th grade sect. Now I have to find a way to leave this place. Ling Xiao saw hope in the future and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He still needed to find the Heaven Gu divine art to help the priestess escape from the shackles of fate. Ling Xiao spent the next 2 days frantically searching every corner of the heaven-suppressing sect to see if he could find a way out. Unfortunately, this place had already been covered with terrifying restrictions. Unless he could reach the strength of an Empyrean and use the cauldron to break through the restrictions, all of this would be in vain. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Do I really have to stay here for decades? His voice reverberated through the air, and the birds flapped their wings and flew around. Ling Xiao had broken through to the King realm and could be considered an important figure in the Northwest. However, he had been trapped here for more than a month, and he still did not know if he could break through the restrictions and leave. His heart was filled with bitterness. If it wasn't for the worries in his heart, then he could concentrate on cultivating here until he reached the Earth Sovereign rank or Empyrean rank before leaving. He was a person who could not sever his ties with the world of mortals and pursue the pinnacle. If he decisively cut off the mortal world and reached the peak of the martial realm, then what was the point? Just as Ling Xiao was in despair, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded in his mind again. Master, perhaps you can find a transmission array here. A transmission array? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. This sect is not small, and there are many sovereigns. There should be a transmission array in the sect for convenience, the Demon Emperor explained. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao jumped up and shouted. Ling Xiao had been looking for an exit this entire time, but he had never thought that there would be a transmission array. Now that the Demon Emperor had reminded him, he was surprised. The Demon Emperor muttered to himself, You didn't even ask me. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it dimmed in the next moment. But I don't know where the transmission array is. How do I find it? Transmission arrays are usually built in the dark or in the light. In a sect, they will usually choose to build it in the dark, but in a city, they will choose to build it in the light. Perhaps I can help Master with this, the Demon Emperor said. When Ling Xiao heard the Demon Emperor's words, he immediately took out the vampiric blade and had the Demon Emperor appear. He then said to the Demon Emperor, Hurry up and help me find a transmission array. In the future, I will definitely find a suitable body for you. If that's the case, then I will thank Master in advance, the Demon Emperor said before turning into a cloud of black mist and flying in a certain direction. Ling Xiao looked at the Demon Emperor in the distance and faintly felt that even though he had been threatened by the Demon Emperor a few days ago, once the demon emperor recovered, his life would be in danger at any time. One day, I will definitely make you completely submit to me. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. Ling Xiao knew that the demon emperor had once been an ambitious and ruthless character, and it would not be easy to make him submit. That was unless he could surpass the demon emperor in terms of strength and completely defeat him. It would take a long time for that to happen. Half a day later, the demon emperor's voice sounded out from within Ling Xiao's mind. Master, I found the transmission array. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He flew up into the air and flew off in a certain direction. When Ling Xiao arrived at the place where the demon emperor was located, he found that he had returned to the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. The transmission array was built in the cave mansion behind the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. This cave mansion was extremely well hidden, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. If the demon emperor had not been a wisp of his soul and was very familiar with the transmission array, he would have been able to find it in a short time. However, the transmission array here seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, so it was unknown if it could still be used. Ling Xiao entered the cave mansion and waved away the weeds and dirt. A terrain engraved with mysterious patterns appeared in front of him, and there were hidden grooves all around the cave mansion that corresponded to them. Presumably, these were the beast cores that were needed to operate them. Master, the array diagram of this transmission array has not been destroyed, so it should not be damaged. You can use it without worry, the demon emperor said. Ling Xiao also noticed this and could not hide the excitement on his face. He then hurriedly took out several high-grade beast cores from his spatial ring and shot them into the surrounding hidden grooves. When the beast cores fell into the hidden grooves, a brilliance bloomed from the patterns on the ground, and the entire cave mansion became abnormally dazzling. Xiao! Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from the cave mansion. Chapter 348. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared again, he was already in another pitch-black cave. I wonder where I was teleported to? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. However, he was very happy to be able to come out of the secret territory. Why is it so smelly? Just as Ling Xiao was about to step out of the cave, he smelled a fishy stench. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by a protective divine light, and the inside of the cave gradually became clear. He saw that the cave was actually littered with beast bones, and there was also the rotting corpse of a flaming tiger. The fishy stench came from its body. Could it be that this place has become a beast cave? Ling Xiao pinched his nose and guessed. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao was about to walk out of the cave, there was a rustling sound coming from outside the cave. Ling Xiao did not hesitate for a moment, and his whole body turned into a lightning bolt and swept out of the cave. He did not know what kind of spirit beast occupied this cave, but if he encountered a high-level spirit beast, it would be incomparably troublesome inside the cave. But if he got out of the cave first, everything would be easy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach the entrance of the cave, a 1-meter-long serpent head appeared in front of the entrance. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and with a single point of his finger, a wisp of demon blue flame shot into the snake's mouth. Hiss! The snake let out a blood-curdling scream, and its entire head shrunk extremely quickly. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to rush out of the cave, and flew into the air. He looked down, and saw that the cave entrance was built on a dangerous cliff, and entrenched in the cave was a third-rank advanced phosphorescent flower snake. This phosphorescent flower snake was injured by the demon blue flame, and its body had already fallen down the cliff. It was definitely dead. Where is this place? Ling Xiao calmed his mind, and began to look around the surrounding mountains, and asked doubtfully. Then, he stood in the air and sensed for a moment, and then swept in a direction. Not long after, Ling Xiao appeared on top of a towering tree. Below, there was a group of people fighting with a 4th-rank low-level black shadow leopard. No, it should be said that they were being attacked by the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's body was black, and it leaped through the forest at an astonishing speed. The group that was escaping had a total of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. Their strength was not ordinary, and they were all spirit masters. 2 of the middle-aged men were even high-level spirit masters. However, they were facing a 4th-rank spirit beast, and had no way to fight against it. The black shadow leopard instantly appeared behind the group, and a black blade shot towards them like lightning. In an instant, 2 people were turned into a bloody mist. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and turned around. He raised the broadsword in his hand and shouted, "Hurry up and take the 2 ladies away. I'll stay here and keep it busy." One woman shouted, "Shao, don't, Zhong, you can't stop it." The middle-aged man disregarded everything and used his strongest attack to block the black shadow leopard. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great. The black shadow leopard didn't care about his attack, allowing the spirit chi to strike its body. Its bloodthirsty mouth bit towards the middle-aged man's head. "No!" The other 4 people cried out in fright, and from their expressions, they didn't want to see the middle-aged man die just like that. However, at this moment, a black blade descended from the sky, directly slashing towards the black shadow leopard's head. The black shadow leopard's reaction was extremely fast, and it actually sensed the sneak attack from the sky. It immediately twisted its body and dodged the attack. "Your reaction isn't bad, I'll use you to practice." The young man with the black blade revealed a playful smile, and then raised his blade to attack the black shadow leopard. Who else could the young man with the demonic blade be other than Ling Xiao? He had just entered the king's stage, and his strength hadn't been tested yet. It was rare for him to meet a spirit beast with similar strength, so he couldn't let go of this opportunity. At first, the black shadow leopard felt that this human wasn't ordinary, but it didn't cowardly run away. However, in the next moment, it realized that this human was actually a bit stronger than it was, and the demonic blade in his hand was even sharper. The black shadow leopard repeatedly attacked with the black blade, and its body continuously retreated. Ling Xiao sneered, "Looks like you're afraid. Then I won't use a weapon to fight you." With that, Ling Xiao put away the demonic blade and faced the black shadow leopard with his bare hands. The black shadow leopard's intelligence had already been awakened, and when it saw the blade in Ling Xiao's hand disappear, it immediately became incomparably ferocious. It no longer used elemental attacks, and instead used its sharp claws and bloodthirsty fangs to directly pounce towards Ling Xiao. The body of a spirit beast was strong, and Ling Xiao's body wasn't the least bit inferior to that of a rank 4 or 5 spirit beast. He was like a golden god of war, and his fists and legs blasted towards the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's huge body was repeatedly forced back, and its sharp claws were even broken by the golden fists. A rank 4 spirit beast is only so-so. Ling Xiao's figure flashed to the side of the black shadow leopard, and his golden fists ruthlessly smashed into the black shadow leopard's body. Its huge body was actually directly sent flying. The black shadow leopard quickly crawled to its feet, let out a miserable shriek, and actually turned around to run. "Do you think you can run?" Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed once more as he chased after the black shadow leopard. The 5 people who had luckily escaped were all dumbfounded. "Heavens, what did I just see?" The pretty girl sighed. That fellow just now was definitely a king stage powerhouse, but how could he be so young? He seems to be only around 20 years old. Even the major sects rarely have such monstrous existences. The other girl also sighed. "Mrs., let's hurry back. A rank 4 spirit beast has already appeared here, and if we go any further, there will definitely be even more powerful existences." The middle-aged man recovered his wits and spoke to the 2 girls. The 2 girls also knew that what the middle-aged man said was the truth. The 2 of them looked meaningfully into the distance, and then the group of people left. An hour later, Ling Xiao carried the black shadow leopard's corpse back to the original location, and found that the place had been deserted. Ling Xiao tossed the black shadow leopard to the ground and said unhappily, "Really, they didn't even thank this young master before running away." Immediately afterwards, he summoned the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake. He let the 2 of them wander around to relax while he began to roast the meat. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had eaten spirit beast meat. When the fragrance of meat wafted out, the gold wolf king's saliva flowed continuously. As for the purple flood drake, it didn't like to eat meat, so it continued to shuttle through the surrounding forest in search of edible spirit herbs. When big mouthfuls of the leopard meat entered Ling Xiao's stomach, the spirit energy was absorbed bit by bit and distributed around his body. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt his appetite increase, and he didn't care about his image anymore as he forcefully tore into the fragrant meat. The gold wolf king hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so it tore off half of the leopard meat and enjoyed it by itself. After the man and the two beasts had their fill, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. He could already confirm that he was still within the den of 10,000 beasts. The den of 10,000 beasts was just like the desolate mountain range, where spirit beasts roamed freely. Ling Xiao wanted to take the opportunity to find a powerful spirit beast to practice with. For 5 days in a row, Ling Xiao leisurely strolled around in one of the regions of the den of 10,000 beasts. In these few days, he killed a total of 6 or 7 rank 4 spirit beasts, 2 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, and 1 of which was a high-level rank 4 spirit beast. He also obtained a lot of rank 3 and rank 4 spirit herbs from their territories. The Gold Wolf King's battle record was even more glorious. It had killed a total of 13 rank 4 spirit beasts, 3 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, but it had sustained quite a bit of injuries as well. As for the purple flood drake, it was a pacifist. As long as no one provoked it, it would never actively cause trouble. At most, it would occasionally steal and eat some high-level spirit herbs from other landlords. This made Ling Xiao exclaim, "Prodigal, again." It was just as prodigal as the fire Qilin. One only ate high-level spirit herbs, the other only ate high-level beast elixirs. Both were like bottomless pits, and even after eating them, its advancement was still slow. Let's go back. Let's go to the 1,000-beast city to purchase a batch of red ember grass first, or else we won't be able to provide for this glutton. Ling Xiao said as he went to a spring to wash up. After a few days, he had completely consolidated his cultivation level and felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He had more important things to do. Ling Xiao kept the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake, and flew straight back to the 1,000-beast city. Just before he reached the 1,000-beast city, Ling Xiao landed. He remembered that within the 1,000-beast city, there were 3 major powers controlling it, and there was a rule that people were not allowed to fight privately within the 1,000-beast city, and flying was not allowed. Even King's stage practitioners were not allowed to break the rules, or there would only be one outcome. Ling Xiao changed out of his sloppy clothes and combed his hair simply. His jet black hair fell down his back, and his slender body looked tall and straight. His handsome face was adorned with a devilish smile, and he held a white paper fan in his hand. His entire being had suddenly transformed into a flirtatious scholar, unrestrained and unrestrained. The white paper fan in his hand was painted with lifelike drawings of beautiful women, and every one of the beauties looked exceptionally bewitching. He looked at one of the girls dressed in strange clothes, and his fierce eyes were filled with tenderness. "Little Yun, wait for me. I will make sure that you will be with me forever," Ling Xiao murmured, as he waved his white paper fan lightly, walking towards the 1,000-beast city. The 1,000-beast city had not quietened down because of the departure of the major sects, but was still as lively as ever. The largest number of people moving about here were mercenary bands. They formed groups of 3 to 5, either entering the den of 10,000 beasts to hunt for treasures, or just coming out from the den of 10,000 beasts in search of entertainment. Inns and prostitutes were always the liveliest places in the 1,000-beast city. Ling Xiao waved his white paper fan as he walked into the liveliest inn in the 1,000-beast city, the Fragrant Eating Pavilion. He had just walked into the entrance of the pavilion when 2 pretty maids immediately came forward to welcome him, their attitude much more enthusiastic than the other customers. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a rich young master at first glance. Not only that, he was handsome and had an imposing appearance. He was truly bewitching to them. "Young master, please come inside." One of the maids tugged lightly on Ling Xiao's sleeve as she called out with a shy smile. The other maids leaned lightly on the other side of Ling Xiao and said with a smile, what would young master like to eat? We have all kinds of delicacies here, birds and beasts of the land. Ling Xiao enjoyed the warm hospitality and he immediately said, bring me to the best seat, bring me the best wine, and bring me 10 caddies of high-grade spirit beast meat. Upon saying that, he threw a string of gold coins to the 2 maids, looking just like a profligate spoiled brat. Chapter 349. Most of the people on the first floor of the fragrance dining pavilion were rough-looking mercenaries, and there were also quite a number of wealthy merchants and young masters who had grown up in the world. They gulped down the strongest wine, ate the most delicious meat, held the most beautiful girls in their arms, and talked at the top of their lungs. They were all talking about some interesting things they had seen on a daily basis, or some kind of spirit herb or spirit beast they had encountered in the den of 10,000 beasts. The wealthy merchants and young masters who did not have any martial arts skills were listening with great interest, interrupting from time to time. Ling Xiao did not stay on the first floor, but waved his white paper fan and went straight up to the second floor of the fragrance dining pavilion. He had wanted to go up to the third floor, but he needed to apply for a VIP card before he could enjoy it up there. He had no intention of staying here for long, and he was not bored enough to apply for a VIP card just to look cool. Finally, under the enthusiastic invitation of the 2 serving maids, he chose the seat closest to the window and sat down. The 2 serving maids felt that Ling Xiao was being extravagant, and they even pressed their exquisite bodies against him. They were just ordinary girls, and they worked here as serving maids to make a living. If they could get close to such a rich young master, they might one day be able to fly up the branches and become phoenixes. This was the dream of all the serving maids in the restaurant. Although Ling Xiao liked the feeling of having women on his left and right, but a girl of average beauty like this was not enough to catch his eye. After sending the 2 girls away, Ling Xiao drank a little wine alone, his mind relaxed for once. After being trapped for more than a month, what he wanted to know the most was about the Purple Heaven sect. I wonder if they have all gone out? Ling Xiao thought as he looked out the window. Luo Meiying's face appeared in his mind once again. Senior, just you wait, I will definitely bring you back to life. Ling Xiao took a gulp of the strong wine, and shook his head lightly to make himself stop thinking about it. After a while, the wine in Ling Xiao's flask was almost empty. Men, bring up another 2 jugs of good wine for this young master. Ling Xiao hollered, and he immediately pulled out 2 pieces of low-grade black crystals and placed them upon the table, shouting grandly, who will come tell me what interesting and novel things have happened in the 1,000 Beast City recently, and these 2 pieces of black crystals will belong to that person. Ling Xiao's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tower. The mercenaries were dazzled by the sparkling mystic crystals. Wow, it's really mysterious crystal. This young master, let me do the talking. I know the most, a skinny man shouted with his eyes shining. Screw you, you sour monkey. You can't even speak properly. Let me do the talking, said another man beside the skinny man. F***ck off. This profound crystal is mine. I'll cripple whoever dares to snatch it from me, shouted another tall and sturdy man. This man's arms were filled with scars and his looks were ferocious. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was definitely not a good person. Ling Xiao glanced at the man and could tell at a glance that the man was a high-level mystic cultivator. 3 years ago, Ling Xiao was still looking up to mystic cultivators, but now, in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Just as the ferocious man was about to walk towards Ling Xiao, a gentle voice spoke up, when it comes to storytelling, who can tell a story faster than me? A frail-looking man walked out with a smile on his face as he spoke in a slow and leisurely manner. This man was in his early 30s, his looks were average, his height was not tall, and he looked thin and weak. But he possessed an impressive level of power, having reached the level of a low-level spirit master. When the fierce-looking man saw the man, he shrunk back and smiled apologetically. Oh, it's Advisor Jiang. Since Advisor Jiang is interested in telling a story, then I will listen respectfully from the side. This man was the most famous storyteller in the 1,000 Beast City, Jiang Kuai. His nickname was Fast Teller, referring to his ability to tell stories faster than most people, and with great accuracy. He never told anything that was not accurate. Jiang Kuai came before Ling Xiao and cupped his hands in greeting. "Young master, I wonder if I can tell you about recent events?" Jiang Kuai's voice was rather slow now, sounding very easygoing, not at all like a fast talker. Ling Xiao did not care who he was, he only wanted to hear about the events after the oath ceremony. "Sit down and talk," Ling Xiao said softly as he took a sip of his wine. Jiang Kuai sat down calmly and said, "One look and I can tell that young master is not from the Thousand Beast City. I wonder what young master would like to hear?" "Cut the nonsense. Let's talk about the major events that happened in the Thousand Beast City in the last 2 months," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Jiang Kuai's eyes darted around and he immediately nodded and began to say, "Then your humble self will start from 2 months ago." After Jiang Kuai opened his mouth, what followed next finally proved how he got his nickname of Fast Teller. Every single sentence he said did not need to pause and he finished it all in one breath. In the time it took for an ordinary person to say 2 sentences, he had used the time it took to say 1 sentence to finish everything. At that moment, Ling Xiao was feeling a little dizzy and his head was spinning. He grumbled in his heart, is he telling a story or trying to kill someone? Suddenly, Jiang Kuai finally came to the part where the various sects had announced that they would withdraw from the oath ceremony 1 month ago. Ling Xiao interrupted him, "Stop. Tell me, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive?" Ling Xiao had listened to stories because he wanted to know more about his fellow disciples from the various sections. Jiang Kuai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then knocked his fingers together. Ling Xiao understood and took out another piece of profound crystal. "Tell me in detail, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive?" Jiang Kuai revealed a carefree smile and began to recount the situation of the various sections. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the demonic energy in the mystic realm soared to the sky and the sects suffered heavy losses. That's why they announced the end of the oath ceremony that happens once every 5 years. Ling Xiao gave the 3 pieces of profound crystal to Jiang Kuai and waved his hand to let him leave. He already knew that his companions had returned to the sect, so he let out a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time, so he stood up. He was going to buy a batch of crimson grass first. Otherwise, the purple flood dragon centipede would definitely complain. Ling Xiao arrived at the spirit herb exchange. Ling Xiao walked in and shouted, "Shopkeeper, take out all the crimson grass." At this time, an old man hurriedly walked over and said, "Young master, this shop has a total of 500 crimson grass. Are you sure you want them all?" "That's right, I want them all." "How many gold coins?" Ling Xiao replied. Before the old man could say anything, a clear voice sounded from behind Ling Xiao, "Why would a man buy so many crimson grass?" When the old man saw who it was, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Greetings, Mrs." Ling Xiao turned around and saw 2 women dressed in jade green silk appear behind him. The 2 women had similar appearances. They were in their 20s, and it was obvious that they were sisters. Moreover, their looks were top-notch, and their figures were also extremely attractive. Their curvaceous figures were extremely alluring, and ordinary men would fall in love with them. Ling Xiao ignored the 2 girls and continued to speak to the old man, "Shopkeeper, are you selling or not? If you don't, I'll go somewhere else." You are my benefactor?" At this time, a woman suddenly took 2 steps forward and exclaimed to Ling Xiao. The other woman also walked up and shouted, "It really is my benefactor." Immediately, Ling Xiao was a bit confused. "Did you guys recognize the wrong person?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, but in his heart, he was muttering to himself, "This young master's charm has always been unrivaled. There are beauties coming to strike up a conversation at any time. There's no mistake." "Benefactor, please accept our bow," the 2 women replied in unison and were about to bow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged to the side and said inexplicably, "I say, you guys really have recognized the wrong person." At this time, a woman said, "Benefactor, 5 days ago, did you chase after a level 4 shadow leopard in the myriad beast cave? Ling Xiao suddenly understood and immediately smiled. So it's you guys. It's really a small world. Only now did he remember that when he had just come out of the secret realm, he had encountered a group of people being attacked by a shadow leopard. In order to practice, he had taken action to deal with the shadow leopard, and it could be said that he had saved their lives. It was just that Ling Xiao did not remember that there were 2 women in the group at that time. When the 2 women saw that Ling Xiao had remembered, they were overjoyed. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao's face clearly, the 2 women's hearts were even more in love with him. The 2 women were both low-level spirit masters, and among the younger generation of the Thousand Beast City, they were considered to be highly skilled. But they knew that Ling Xiao was a king stage practitioner. They had always admired the strong, and didn't care about ordinary young men. Ling Xiao was such a strong and handsome young man, and it was rare to see one. They all had the urge to give themselves to him. Through the 2 women's passionate conversation, Ling Xiao finally found out their names. The elder sister was called Lu Fang and the younger sister was called Lu Jing, and this spirit herb trading shop belonged to the Lu family. Oh right, benefactor, you're buying so much red vermilion grass, are you? Buying it for your wife? Lu Jing was a little bolder and she asked with a blush on her face. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, Miss Lu, please do not call me benefactor anymore. Just call me Ling Xiao will do. He paused a moment and continued, I'm buying the red vermilion grass to rear spirit beasts. Rear spirit beasts? The 2 women asked in surprise. That's right. I have a spirit beast that loves to eat the red vermilion grass, so. Ling Xiao said with a sheepish smile. He cursed the purple flood dragon in his heart. That damned glutton. You almost made me make a fool of myself. You don't eat anything else, but you just have to eat things that are meant to make you look better. No matter how much you eat, you'll still look that round and round little thing. Uncle Fu, quickly bring out all the red vermilion grass for our benefactor. Lu Fang ordered the shopkeeper. The old man did not hesitate and quickly brought out all the red vermilion grass. Ling Xiao had asked for the price, but Lu Fang and Lu Jing wanted to give it to Ling Xiao. At that moment, a few people walked into the shop, and when they saw the scene, they were all shocked. A woman giving a man beauty herb? This seemed to be the first time since ancient times. Ling Xiao almost had the urge to hide behind the 2 women and said in a sweet voice, You're really embarrassing your servant to death. Walking out of the shop, the 2 women tried their best to invite Ling Xiao to their residence as a guest. Ling Xiao couldn't resist the 2 women's hospitality and could only go and nag at them. However, he had decided that after he came out from the Lu residence, he would go to the southern barbarians. When Ling Xiao and the 2 women came to the Lu residence, he found out that the 2 women had an extraordinary background. Because the Lu family was one of the forces that guarded the Thousand Beast City. Chapter 350. The Thousand Beast City was guarded by 3 forces, the Huang family of the east, the Zhao family of the south, and the Lu family where Ling Xiao had just come in. Ling Xiao had thought that the Lu family was filled with highly skilled fighters and the security was tight. However, when he stepped into the mansion, he didn't feel much pressure, and the guards he saw were only mystic and spirit-level cultivators. However, when he first came to the Thousand Beast City, Xiao Songlin had repeatedly warned him not to stir up any trouble in the city or he would be punished by the 3 forces, and even the Purple Heaven sect would not be able to protect him. It was said that there was once a king-level elder from the River Dark clan who challenged the rules of the Thousand Beast City, and his head was cut off and hung outside the city as a warning to others. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao could not help but wonder if the 3 forces were really that powerful? Or was it just an exaggeration from others? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. The Thousand Beast City is now considered a prosperous city, and it is a good thing that there are not many disputes. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Ling Xiao followed the 2 girls all the way to the main hall. A middle-aged man came out to greet them, a pair of fierce eyes glinting as he said, You are Ling Xiao? This middle-aged man was in his early 40s and had a very dignified appearance. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a scholarly air about him, but his eyes that were like an eagle's eyes gave off an extremely sharp aura. Finally, I see a king-level cultivator. Ling Xiao met the middle-aged man's gaze and sighed in his heart. I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied with a fist salute. Before they came to the Lu residence, a servant had already reported to them about what had happened in Ling Xiao's residence. And this person was Lu Feng and Lu Jing's father, Lu Zheng. Father, what are you doing? We are indebted to our benefactor, how can you be so rude? Lu Jing said with a wrinkle on her nose. Lu Zheng's expression froze for a moment before he chuckled. Heroes indeed come from the young. Come in. Young hero Ling has saved us two ladies, and I am truly grateful for that. Please forgive us if we have offended you just now. LV Zheng's attitude changed so quickly that Ling Xiao was not used to it for a moment. He muttered in his heart, it would be strange if I didn't see it. Ling Xiao and Lu Jing exchanged some pleasantries before they sat down. That night, the Lu family held a banquet for Ling Xiao. Many direct descendants of the Lu family were present, and Ling Xiao carefully observed them. There were a total of 7 or 8 king-rank experts. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that the Lu family did have the demeanor of a big force. But, with just the presence of a king-grade ranker, to make all the mercenaries and rogue cultivators in the Thousand Beast City abide by the rules, was that not possible? Perhaps there's an old immortal guarding this place? Ling Xiao wondered. Ling Xiao did not want to delve too deeply into the background of the 3 major forces, but he was just a little curious. After 30 minutes of drinking, Lu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling, you saved my daughter. How would you like to repay me? Just tell me, as long as the Lu family is able to take it out, we will definitely offer it. Lu Zheng was the current head of the Lu family, and he only had 2 daughters, whom Gu family doted on. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy, head of the Lu family is too serious. I just happened to be at the right time. If it's convenient for head of the Lu family, Ling Xiao would like to borrow the city's teleportation array. Lu Zheng looked slightly embarrassed. If this had happened 2 years ago, it wouldn't have been a big deal to the Lu family, but at this time, the other members of the Lu family also looked indignant, as if there was more to it than meets the eye. If head of the Lu family has any difficulties, just tell me. Ling Xiao said. Let's not talk about this matter. When will young hero Ling need to use the teleportation array? Lu Zheng avoided the question and asked. Ling Xiao did not continue and directly replied, the sooner the better. Before Lu Zheng could speak, Lu Jing said nervously, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay for a few more days so that we can properly entertain benefactor. Lu Feng, who was at the side, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Xiao's face, and her face was slightly blushing. Ling Xiao acted as if he did not see it and said with a smile, I'm just passing by. I have important matters to attend to, so it's really inconvenient for me to stay for long. When the 2 women heard this, they were both sad. Lu Zheng was experienced, so how could he not know the 2 women's thoughts? However, he could also see that Ling Xiao's background was not ordinary. Such a young king stage was an existence that was rare in the Northwest. If it was the Lu family in the past, they might have thought of ways to make Ling Xiao stay, but the Lu family now did not have the capital to do so. Since young hero Ling has important matters to attend to, we will not force you. Tomorrow, I will go and settle the teleportation array for you. Lu Zheng said. On the next day, Ling Xiao woke up early. He was anxious to go to the southern wilderness and naturally wanted to reach the ancestral land that the high priest mentioned a day earlier. He had been delayed for nearly half a year, and there was not much time left for him. When Ling Xiao ate the breakfast sent by the servants, he wanted to ask Lu Zheng about the teleportation array. However, he had just walked into the hall when he heard the sound of Lu Feng and Lu Jing sobbing. Father, the Huang family and the Zhao family have gone too far. If grandfather was still alive, they would not dare to target us. Father, we can just withdraw from the Thousand Beast City. With our family's strength, no matter where we go, we can dominate. Things are not as simple as you think, but if they dare to force themselves on you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not let them succeed. Father. Outside the hall, Ling Xiao unexpectedly heard the conversation between the father and daughter. He hesitated for a moment and was just about to turn and leave when he heard Lu Zheng's voice calling out, "Young hero Ling, come in." Ling Xiao could only bite the bullet and walk into the hall, and said with a slight bow, "I just want to ask Master Lu about the teleportation array. If it is too troublesome, I think I can handle it myself." The two girls stopped crying and turned their faces away, not daring to greet Ling Xiao, as if they did not want Ling Xiao to see them crying. Lu Zheng sighed lightly, "It is all because of my incompetence. I have let young hero Ling down. Master Lu is too serious, then I will bid my farewell here. Take care of yourselves." Ling Xiao bowed slightly and was about to leave the hall. The two girls seemed to have their hearts in their mouths and did not send Ling Xiao out. Just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the Lu residence, he saw two groups of people walking towards the Lu residence with gifts. It seemed like they were preparing for some kind of celebration. The two groups each had around 15 people. The weakest was a high-level Xian cultivator, while the strongest was a king stage cultivator. There was a young man in each group that was extremely eye-catching. One of them wore a white robe with embroidered lapels. He had an extraordinary temperament and was a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage 3 brown-striped lion, which looked very mighty. The other person wore a golden robe and had a feather on his head. He carried a long spear on his back and was also a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage 3 golden scarlet tiger, which was also very noble. The two groups arrived in front of the Lu residence. Ling Xiao was still a bit absent-minded. A servant walked out from one of the groups and pointed at Ling Xiao arrogantly, "Lackey, get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path." A servant walked out from the other group and put his hands on his waist, "Get lost. You dare block your future son-in-law's path? You really don't know what's good for you." "My son-in-law?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He then said, "When did my family have a son-in-law? How come I didn't know about it?" "Humph, cut the crap. Today, my young master is here to give the betrothal gifts. In a few days, he will become your son-in-law." The servant pointed at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but a young man riding a brown-striped lion behind him shouted, "Ah San, why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't waste my time." Yes, young master." The servant responded and pushed Ling Xiao away, "Get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path. Otherwise, you will suffer." What kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere mystic realm servant push him? On the contrary, a strong rebounding force sent the servant flying. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be so strong. The young man riding the brown-striped lion had a stern look in his eyes as he faintly asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that violence is not allowed in the city?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "It was your family's blind dog who did it. When did you see me do it?" "Humph, I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your dog life for now. Get out of the way and don't waste my time. Otherwise, humph," the young man said arrogantly. At this moment, the other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger also said, "Brother Zhao, why are you so angry because of a lowly servant?" He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Why aren't you going in to report to your family's patriarch? Tell him that the Huang and Zhao families are here to propose marriage." Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally knew which family these two groups of people belonged to. At the same time, he also understood why the Lu sisters were crying in the hall. It seemed that the source was here. Ling Xiao didn't want to get involved in the affairs of these three families. He immediately walked away without saying a word. The three families were all powerful and had dominated the Thousand Beast City for many years. He didn't want to offend them if he could. Anyway, his relationship with the Liu family wasn't deep and it could only be considered as a first meeting. Moreover, he still needed to rely on the transmission array that the three families controlled to leave. However, although he didn't offend them, they didn't want to let him go. The young man riding the brown striped lion saw that Ling Xiao was being so rude and immediately waved his hand and said, "Take this arrogant kid down." The moment his words fell, the two spirit masters beside him quickly sped towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and with a wave of his hand, an invisible spirit power rolled up a spirit wall and the two spirit masters slammed into the spirit wall. Arg! The two spirit masters were thrown far away just like the servant from before. Ling Xiao said softly, "Don't ask for trouble." After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. The face of the young man riding the brown striped lion turned gloomy. The other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said, "This kid is a little strange. Could it be that the Liu family has invited help?" Impossible. The young man riding the brown striped lion said through gritted teeth. He then calmed himself down and said to a middle-aged man beside him, "Go follow him quickly. Don't let him escape." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and went after Ling Xiao in a flash. That doesn't seem appropriate. The target is very strong and Brother Zhao might lose his men for nothing. The young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said. If he dares to make another move, we will make sure he won't be able to leave the Thousand Beast City. The young man riding the brown striped lion said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Let's go. It's time to turn the three families into two. Chapter 351. The Thousand Beast City was an ancient city with 10,000 years of history. It was once superior to the northwest, and its fame spread far and wide. It had once declined, but now it was rising again. Although it could not be compared to its heyday, it could still be considered a first-class city in the northwest. In the vast northwest, only an ancient and prosperous city like this could have a transmission array. The transmission array in the Thousand Beast City was open to the public, and it was located in an open space outside the city gate. All along, this transmission array had been controlled by the three major forces in the city. They collected high rewards from the cultivators who came and went to strengthen their family's wealth and foundation. But the price to use the transmission array was very high, and ordinary people could not afford it. Those who could use the transmission array alone were not experts of king level and above, or disciples of big clans. If ordinary people wanted to use the transmission array, they could only wait for others to come with them, or if someone was willing to go with them. After Ling Xiao bought a batch of spirit herbs and beast cores, he went outside the city. At this time, there were many people gathered around the transmission array. These people were at least spirit master level, and some of them were even low-level king level. From the looks of it, they were all waiting to use the transmission array. In front of the transmission array, there were more than 10 people guarding it. Among them, there were 4 old men who had reached king level, 2 were low-level king level, 2 were middle-level king level, and the rest were human-level spirit masters. Ling Xiao thought to himself, the strength of these 3 forces is not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao walked up and asked the old man sitting on the chair, "Old mister, when will this transmission array be activated?" The old man raised his eyes slightly and did not speak. But just as he was about to close his eyes, his murky old eyes shone brightly, and he jumped up, "Little brother, where do you want to go?" This old man had the strength of a middle-level king level, and was the strongest here. He was also the person in charge of the transmission array. He did not want to deal with ordinary people, but he did not expect this young man in front of him to ask him. He did not want to bother with him, and let his other subordinates deal with him, but he found that this young man in front of him had the strength of a king level, and this made him take it seriously. "I want to go to the border of the southern wasteland," Ling Xiao replied. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "The closest place to the southern wasteland should be the border between the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect, Nantian City. Nantian City is quite far from here, and there aren't many people coming and going. If you really want to go there, you'll have to pay 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals in addition to the beast cores you need. 5,000 lower-grade mysterious crystals. It's really expensive, Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. An ordinary person would not be able to take out so many glazed crystals. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had plenty of glazed crystals. Otherwise, he would not know what to do. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pay the Xian crystals and leave, a figure dashed over from afar. Eighth Elder, please wait. That figure arrived in front of the old man and said respectfully. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that someone was following him when he came out of the Lu residence. He also knew that they were sent by the two families. He sensed that the person following him was only a spirit master, so he ignored him. In any case, he felt that as long as he left this place, he would not have any interaction with the two families. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that they did not want him to leave. The middle-aged man whispered in front of the old man for a while, and the old man looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly complicated expression. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man waved his hand and let the middle-aged man stand to the side. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Could it be that the old man wants to make things difficult for me?" The old man revealed a troubled expression and said, "Little brother, you should come with me to my young master and apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't let you leave." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with your young master. Furthermore, I did not hurt anyone. They were the ones who attacked first. Is this also my fault?" Ling Xiao did not want to act rashly. This was the other party's territory after all. If they really caused trouble, he would not stand to gain much as he still needed to use the other party's teleportation formation to leave this place. I also believe that there must be a misunderstanding, and that's why I am so bold as to ask little brother to stay for a few days. After you meet with my young master, I think my young master will not make things difficult for you," the old man said softly. Although his tone was tactful, but it was not to be refused. Ling Xiao replied, "Doesn't the old man think that this is a little too much? Do you think that everything in the Thousand Beast City is decided by your words? I wouldn't dare to say that in other places, but here in the Thousand Beast City, our Zhao family has the final say." The old man was beginning to get impatient and an overbearing aura began to rise. At this moment, the 3 king level and 10 spirit masters on the side noticed that something was wrong. Everyone immediately surrounded them. The middle-aged man who had followed Ling Xiao all the way here said to the people who were waiting to depart, "Everyone, the teleportation formation will be temporarily sealed for today. I would like to invite all of you to return to the city and wait." The moment those words fell, the others did not dare to raise any objections and they turned to return to the city. In the Thousand Beast City, no one dared to offend the people from the 3 major powers. Ling Zhao's face gradually darkened. He had been patient and forbearing, but the other party had been too forceful. A ball of rage rose in his heart. This old man will say it one more time. You had better come back with me to apologize to my young master, or don't even think of leaving this place," the old man said softly. Ling Xiao did not say another word and his aura surged. His body glowed with a noble golden hue and he looked like a member of royalty, making the people around him feel an urge to worship him. "Don't force me to start a massacre," Ling Xiao said softly, his body slowly rising off the ground. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, who was flying into the air, with shocked expressions on their faces. It was rare to see such a young king-level fighter. Young people shouldn't get angry so easily, or they might die prematurely. The old man's eyes flashed and his surroundings glowed with a blue light as he flew up into the air as well. At the same time, the other 3 king-level fighters surrounded Ling Xiao from 3 different directions. The middle-aged man below shouted, "For elders! Please capture this thief." "Nonsense!" Ling Zhao's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes flashing like lightning. A wave of king-level pressure pressed down on the middle-aged man. Ling Xiao had been studying the word tomb in the mystic realm and he had gained a certain level of understanding and application of power. The invisible pressure he produced was like a heavy punch, smashing heavily onto the middle-aged man's chest. Wah! The middle-aged man was caught off guard and his chest caved in. His entire body flew far away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "How dare you!" the old man exclaimed, and with a wave of his hand, a blue wave swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly, allowing the blue wave to strike his body. There was a rumbling sound and a dazzling light blossomed. "Courting death." The old man was just about to say something disdainfully, but he couldn't bring himself to say the word live. That was because he saw that Ling Xiao was still standing upright in midair, as if he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. "Old thing, you forced me to do this," Ling Xiao scolded. He left an afterimage where he had been standing, and his real body had already appeared in front of the old man. His fist that was like gold smashed towards the old man's chest. So fast. The old man's heart trembled, and his withered hand reached out to grab the golden fist. He was a mid-king level fighter, and he didn't think that the young man in front of him could fight him head-on. Crack. Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a miserable scream. The old man covered his hand as he flew backwards, his face incomparably pale. "Quick, let's get rid of this kid together," the old man shouted at his three companions in shock. The other three recovered from their shock, and they all displayed their powerful strength. They gathered the spiritual energy in their surroundings and formed weapons that shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was incomparably fast, and he used strange and agile footwork to dodge the attacks one after another. "It looks like I'll have to be ruthless." Ling Xiao saw that the other side had already revealed killing intent, so he didn't hold back. His figure moved like the wind as he chased after the injured old man. Although the old man's arm was injured, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. A whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The whip had a total of 9 sections, and each section had sharp teeth that flickered with light. The whip was like a bloodthirsty spirit snake, and it shot towards Ling Xiao's waist. Unfortunately, it only managed to bind an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the old man, and his golden fist smashed towards the old man's head. The old man's dark protection force was directly shattered, and his head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, so his strength was naturally 5 times that of others in the same realm. Even a mid-stage king stage cultivator wasn't a threat to him. The other 3 king stage cultivators were both shocked and angry when they saw the old man's head explode. They all took out their profound artifacts and prepared to use all their strength to kill Ling Xiao. The other mid-stage king stage cultivator who hadn't died roared, "You too, lock him down. Let me take revenge for my big brother." The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators received the order and instantly used their most powerful attacks. One of them waved his ghost axe, and crimson flames instantly enveloped one direction. The other swung out countless spear shadows like rain, sealing the other direction. Suddenly, the sky became bright and abnormally hot. The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators sealed the direction, and the mid-stage king stage cultivator took the opportunity to gather his energy. He held a long sword in his hand, and blue light suddenly appeared around his body. Spiritual energy gathered together, as if forming a vast ocean with him as the center. Raging waves of the sea. When he had accumulated his strength to the peak, the long sword rushed towards the trapped Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy was like a tsunami, and some of the surrounding trees were sent flying and collapsed. Its power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression became slightly suspicious. His body was covered in a 5-color divine light, and the ice and fire sword instantly appeared in his hand. The third move of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor. Waves of beautiful blue flames fell down like meteors, blasting towards the sea of fire and the waves in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge amount of spiritual energy exploded in midair, and a mushroom-like shape soared into the sky. The smoke dissipated, but the figure was still flashing. Ling Xiao's clothes were torn, and his naked body was shining brightly. The bleeding wounds were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Die. The mid-stage king stage cultivator had just used up a lot of energy, but he still held back. He immediately arrived above Ling Xiao and swung his long sword down like lightning. The other two low-stage king stage cultivators also took the opportunity to attack from the left and right, wanting to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 352. At the gate of the Thousand Beast City, waves of powerful energy fluctuations shocked everyone in the city. The Thousand Beast City had forbade personal fights for many years, and with such a shocking battle, everyone knew that the three major forces were on a mission. Within the city, independent king-rank cultivators and king-rank mercenaries soared into the sky and gazed at the battle taking place outside the city gates. Who is so bold to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City? It's been many years since something like this has happened. That's right. Even those sects have to behave themselves when they come here. I wonder who would be so audacious as to do that. Maybe someone has forgotten the rules of the Thousand Beast City. Look, that looks like a young man. Is there something wrong with my eyes? He's a young king-level cultivator. Is he a young master from the central region? Looks like that young man has some background. A bare-chested golden young man appeared. His skin was smooth and sparkling, and even the skin of a young girl couldn't compare to his. His clear lines were full of explosive power. He stood high up in the sky like a golden god of war, high up above, making people have the urge to worship him. Who else could this young man be but Ling Xiao? He had just advanced to the king level not long ago, and this was the time when his confidence was at its peak. He didn't use his mental power to kill these king-level cultivators at first, but purely wanted to see his actual combat power and defense. When he killed the high-level spirit beasts in the nest of beasts, he noticed that his defense had increased by a level. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts had not changed, but his physical strength had increased. This made him wonder if the Vajra's 5 transformation arts' defensive power would increase as his strength increased. Just now, when he was attacked by 3 people, his body was cut by countless blades and sword chi, and in the end, only a few shallow wounds were left on his body. This undoubtedly confirmed his guess. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts would increase as his strength increased. With his current state, he should be able to withstand a blow from a low-level Earth Emperor. Now that he was attacked from 3 sides, Ling Xiao was not stupid enough to let others take advantage of him again. With a strange gait, he retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The 3 king-grade experts thought that Ling Xiao was trying to escape, so they chased after him relentlessly. Suddenly, that mid-level king warrior put away his profound artifact and quickly consumed a storm pill, causing his speed to increase explosively. Water-trapping Golden Mountain. That mid-level king chased after Ling Xiao as he formed a series of hand seals with both of his palms. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a tide that surrounded Ling Xiao, instantly blocking his path. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt that the atmosphere around him had become suffocating, and his speed had become much slower. At this time, the other 2 kings realized that this was their chance to kill Ling Xiao. The broadsword in one of the men's hands turned into a sea of fire, and a 10-meter-long fiery saber shadow smashed down from the sky. The other person's spear was like an arrow, and specks of starlight were caught in the flames, instantly drowning Ling Xiao. "You're courting death," Ling Xiao shouted. He frowned slightly, and an invisible spiritual energy swept towards that mid-level king. The mid-level king's sea of consciousness tightened, and before he could even scream, his head exploded. The headless corpse lost its life and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao's restraints were lifted, and he raised his speed to the extreme, dodging the attacks of the 2 kings. The ice and fire sword in his hand blasted out several blue dragons that roared towards the 2 kings. The heavenly fire could burn anything, and it could destroy anything. The 2 didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape so quickly. They couldn't stop their momentum in time, and they suffered Ling Xiao's counterattack. The 2 retreated in a sorry state, and they gathered their strongest dark shield force to block the blue flames. Sizzle! The blue flames directly burned the dark shield force, and a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. "This fire is strange." The two kings were shocked, and they hurriedly dispersed the dark shield force, and retreated a few dozen meters. "Old Rome, quickly go back and report to the patriarch, I'll hold him back." The king with the broadsword knew that his opponent was strong, and so he shouted to the other king, and then charged towards Ling Xiao. The big saber split into four. The four sabers, which had been concealed and had no peak, shook the surrounding air with a buzzing sound. "Interesting, but keep it for yourself." Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed again, and his real body was already in front of Wang Jie, who had fled to report the news. That man was shocked, and he hurriedly raised his spear to block. Ling Xiao's movements were as swift as the wind. The sword in his hand became dazzling, and the blue flames flickered. In the blink of an eye, a wave of blue sword chi engulfed the king-level warrior who was holding the spear. Red flame against blue flame. Although the opponent was at the same level as him, he had the help of the heavenly fire. That king didn't even have time to react, and was devoured by Ling Xiao's blue flames, turning into ashes. "Old Rome." The other king-level expert holding a large blade roared, and his whole body became ferocious and crazy. A sparkling and translucent pill fell into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, an incomparably strong resistance was emitted. That king instantly rose by 2 levels, and his strength was close to the peak of the king level. Heavens, he actually used a Mad King pill. It really is a Mad King pill. Otherwise, how could he instantly reach a high-level king level? What a monster. Who is that young man? He's clearly just at the initial king level, but he killed 3 of the Zhao family's elders, and now he's even forced an elder to use a Mad King pill. It's unbelievable. Looking at the intense battle in the sky, all the kings let out gasps of surprise. Shockingly, the pill that the Zhao family's king had just consumed was a 4th-level pill, the Mad King pill. The Mad King pill and the Spirit Burning pill were both forbidden medicines, and most people wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. This was because this pill required one to burn one's lifespan in order to increase one's strength. The Mad King pill that the Zhao family's elder had consumed could allow any king to instantly reach the peak of the king level. It was a pill that required 50 years of lifespan in order to increase one's strength. Although any martial artist who broke through to the king level would gain 200 to 500 years of lifespan, losing 50 years of lifespan in one go would make anyone feel like vomiting blood, and it would make their future breakthroughs even more difficult. If the Zhao family's elder hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have consumed the Mad King pill. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying? He had killed 3 of his brothers, and his speed was unparalleled, so he had no chance of escaping. Rather than being killed, he might as well spend a few dozen years of his lifespan to kill this brat. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally knew the effects of the Mad King pill. However, he still wasn't afraid. The battle intent in his heart soared into the sky, and he seemed to have forgotten that he was in his opponent's territory. A dazzling golden light shone from his body. Suddenly, the golden light behind Ling Xiao released a dragon-like roar. Roar! It was like a golden dragon that had been sleeping for a long time, and many of the king-level martial artists in the air were so frightened that they started to sway. The weaker martial artists below were so frightened that they stumbled and knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao was startled by this sudden turn of events. He felt as if something in his body was awakening, and the blood in his body was churning endlessly. Spiritual energy was roaring in his meridians. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt his battle intent surge endlessly, and the energy in his heart seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, the Zhao family's king-level martial artist who had consumed the Mad King pill had completely digested the pill's power, and he was at the peak of the king level. He looked at Ling Xiao ferociously and said, "Damned bastard, I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces." After saying that, his entire body turned into a shooting star and attacked Ling Xiao. The broadsword in his hand was surrounded by fire energy and killing intent. The Zhao family elder's strength had increased by more than 10 times, and every slash carried a pressure that tore through the air. At this moment, after the 5-clawed golden dragon behind Ling Xiao disappeared, his entire person was still filled with battle intent, and he was not afraid of the powerful pressure at all. He actually put away the ice and fire sword and used his golden fists to meet the attack. Ding dang dang dang. The broadsword slashed at the golden fist, producing the sound of metal clashing. The spirit energy in the air continued to fly in all directions, and the trees were instantly blown away. The two of them kept changing positions, and the battle was extremely intense. The king-level martial artists who had stabilized their bodies were all stunned by this battle. They had thought that the young man would be cut down by the blade of the peak king-level martial artist. Unfortunately, they saw the birth of a golden dragon. This young man was actually able to use a pair of fists to fight against the Xian artifact in the hands of a peak king-level martial artist. This was simply too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it to be true. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself didn't believe it to be true. Although his body could withstand a high-level king-level martial artist's attack, it was impossible for him to fight a Xian artifact head-on. However, his body seemed to have activated something just now. A golden figure condensed from the attribute divine light filled his entire body with power. It was as if his battle prowess had increased by several times, and his flesh and blood had also undergone an inexplicable change. Therefore, he decided to use a head-on method to dissolve the surging energy in his body. The Zhao family elder was about to go crazy. He had originally thought that killing this brat would be as easy as flipping his hand when he reached the peak of the king level. However, Qinxi's fist was like a 10,000-year-old rock, and he was unable to cut through it. Conversely, it shook him to the point his eyes went numb. Fuck. I don't believe that you have a body made of gold. The Zhao family elder cursed loudly. His sleeves fluttered while the broadsword in his hand danced about madly. Spirit energy converged from all directions and formed a flaming tornado that blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao roared with laughter. Haha. Come. Let me fight to my heart's content. Ling Xiao was like a fearless golden dragon as he plunged headfirst into the tornado. For a time, exclamations of surprise resounded in the surroundings. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao would definitely die this time. That was the full-strength attack of a Peak King rank expert, and even an Earth Monarch rank expert wouldn't have it easy if he fell into it. Chapter 353. Above the gates of the Thousand Beast City. A crimson tornado dyed the sky red, and the surrounding air was terrifyingly hot. The ultimate strike of a king-level master, even the heavens and earth would change color. Bang bang. Sounds of bombardment could be heard from within the tornado. Every time a sound rang out, a part of the wind wall would become much dimmer. In the end, huge golden fists smashed the scarlet tornadoes into the sky. The golden fist was more than 3 meters wide, and every punch was powerful enough to destroy rocks and split the earth. As the crimson tornado dissipated, the Zhao family elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was already at the peak of the king level, using such a powerful strike had drained his body. The young man, who looked like a golden god of war, did not stop there. His golden fist blasted toward the elder of the Zhao clan courageously. The Zhao family elder suppressed his injuries and hurriedly swung his sword to meet the attack. Break! Ling Zhao's golden fist smashed onto the sword. He roared, his voice like thunder, and his aura shook the heavens. Ding! The fist and the sword clashed, and the sound was deafening. The sword cracked open, and the fist smashed into the sword again. His golden fists were like the toughest weapons, and each of his punches cracked the broadsword. In the end, the Tier 4 low-grade broadsword was smashed into pieces. The spectators were all shocked to the point that their eyes went numb. How is this possible? His fist is comparable to a top-grade profound weapon? This young man must have trained in the fist force, or his fist would not be so hard. Even the metal attribute would not be so strong. It's too scary. even a peak king-level master could not suppress him. Unless the three families attack at the same time, or an ancestor figure, then he can be taken down. With such power, no wonder he can challenge the rules of the Thousand Beast City. In the face of power, everything else is meaningless. Impossible. Even if you have practiced boxing since you were young, it is impossible to take on a fourth-level profound weapon. The Zhao family elder roared. The fourth-order saber in his hand could even kill an Earth sovereign realm expert. Yet, it was shattered by a pair of golden fists right before his eyes. How could he accept this? As if possessed, he blasted out a palm of flames towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not plan to continue playing, because he had already sensed several powerful auras flying in his direction. He took natural steps and instantly appeared behind the Zhao family elder. His golden fist directly punched towards the Zhao family elder's back. This golden fist could even shatter a Xian artifact, so how could this Zhao family elder withstand it? Thief, how dare you! A shocking roar came from not far away, and a golden palm print broke through the air and attacked. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face. His fist directly penetrated the Zhao family elder's back. With a flick of his hand, he used the Zhao family elder's body to meet the golden palm print. Rumble. The Zhao family elder's body immediately turned into a mist of blood and dissipated. How dare you kill someone from my Zhao family? Today, I'll definitely have you cut to pieces by 10,000 swords. A golden figure quickly approached, giving off a heaven-toppling fury. It was the Zhao family's third elder, Zhao Qinglai. His strength was close to the peak of the king level, and he was one of the Zhao family's top experts. Zhao Qinglai had just stopped when a few more sounds of wind breaking rang out. 4 figures stood behind Zhao Qinglai. All of them were old men close to 100 years old, looking to be in their 50s or 60s. Their cultivation levels ranged from low to mid-level king level. These 4 people were also Zhao family elders. The 5 people from the Zhao family had just stopped when another few figures appeared beside the 5 of them. These 5 people were from another faction, the Huang family. The leader was a tall and skinny old man who was also a high-level king-level expert. His body was surrounded by an emerald green light, as if filled with endless vitality. Huang Xiaoyan's status was not lower than Zhao Qinglai's. He was the Huang family's patriarch's younger brother. He specialized in the wood attribute and was the most promising person in the Huang family to break through to the Earth Emperor level. The people from these 2 families were the Thousand Beast City's protectors. If anyone dared to engage in a battle within the Thousand Beast City, they were allowed to capture and kill them. Ever since several decades ago, an elder of the River Dark clan had been killed outside the city and his head hung above the city gates. They could not even remember how many years it had been since anyone had dared to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City. And now, a young man of only 20 years of age had broken the Thousand Beast City's rules and killed 4 Zhao family elders one by one. Such an act was undoubtedly a blatant slap to the faces of the 3 powerful factions. The Zhao and Huang families' enforcement elders are here. Looks like this young man will not be able to escape death. That's hard to say. Look at that young man's unwavering will to fight, and he seems to be fearless. I'm afraid his background is not to be underestimated. How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge the rules set down by the 3 powerful factions? If this young man escapes today, then the 3 powerful factions will not be able to keep their faces. Stop arguing. Let's see how that young man deals with this. Zhao Qinglai stared fixedly at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Where did this little thief come from? You dare to commit murder in the Thousand Beast City? I will execute you on the spot." Upon saying that, Zhao Qinglai's palms morphed into 2 brilliant golden eagle claws that clawed towards Ling Xiao's head. Trying to kill someone without distinguishing between right and wrong? Do you think I'm a pushover? Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was still raging, the spirit power in his body seemingly inexhaustible. He coldly snorted and bluntly smashed the eagle claw with a punch. Zhao Qinglai's expression changed and he did not dare to be careless. A pair of golden eagle hooks appeared in his palms, glowing brilliantly. The hook's shadows flew in all directions, sharp as blades. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless anymore. With such a powerful enemy before him, he had to end the battle quickly. He pushed his unparalleled speed to the limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, the eagle hooks unable to harm him in the slightest. He seized the opportunity in that instant and his golden fist struck out once again, striking the side of Zhao Qinglai's body. Zhao Qinglai was not impaled to death like the previous person, but was sent flying violently. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He's actually wearing a high-grade defensive armor. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. An elderly man from the Zhao family saw that Zhao Qinglai was at a disadvantage and he immediately shouted. He took the lead to swing his sword at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The others quickly drew out their weapons and a brilliant wave of spirit energy attacks surrounded Ling Xiao. After a series of explosions, the figure of the young man disappeared without a trace. No one dares to challenge the rules of the Thousand Beast City, not even the people from the seven sects themselves. Zhao Qinglai saw that Ling Xiao had disappeared and he thought that he must be dead and he immediately broke out in laughter. At that moment, the Huang family's Huang Xiaoyan's eyes creased up and he raised his head to shout, "He's not dead." He saw Ling Xiao looking down from above, his brows creased up slightly and his formless spirit energy morphed into the shape of the ice and fire sword, slashing towards Zhao Qinglai's consciousness. Pfft! Zhao Qinglai's laughter had not stopped when his head exploded and he died. When the mid-stage king stage cultivator from the Zhao family had died, no one had noticed it. But now, the people around them had clearly seen this strange and terrifying scene. Taking a person's head without a sound. Such a shocking method, only a heavenly revered cultivator and above would be able to do such a thing. And this young man before them was obviously just a king stage cultivator. How did he do it? One of the Zhao family's elders cried out, He knows demonic arts. Join forces and kill him." Another elder of the Zhao family was more composed and he roared loudly. His entire body glowed brightly and the heaven-piercing silver lord blasted towards Ling Xiao. The other elders of the Zhao family also unleashed their killing moves. Suddenly, an astonishing multicolored screen of light appeared in the air, causing the surrounding area to tremble and another layer of dust fell off the ancient city walls. Facing the many attacks, Ling Xiao no longer used his physical body to block them. The ice and fire sword in his hand appeared once again, and his entire body moved with the wind attribute Cloud's shadow phantom, leaving those attacks behind him. Ling Xiao arrived behind a Zhao family elder, and the ice and fire sword blossomed with sparkling ice crystals. The second form of the 6 arts of the prideful cold, 3 feet of ice. When the Zhao family elder sensed the danger, his entire body had already been sealed into an ice man. The ice shattered, and his body split into pieces. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family were shocked and angry. One of them asked Huang Xiaoyan for help. "Elder Huang, why aren't you making a move?" Huang Xiaoyan shouted with a stern expression, "Seal him, let this old man finish him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 elders of the Huang family immediately flew in all directions, each making a different hand seal. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately locked down on Ling Xiao. The remaining 3 elders of the Zhao family also joined the ranks of the seal. The multicolored spirit energy formed a huge wall that pressed towards Ling Xiao, making it impossible for him to escape. Huang Xiaoyan held the high-rank 4 Xian rod in his hand and smashed down from above. This rod was like a flash of lightning, dazzling green, and its power was astonishing. Ling Xiao was completely trapped, unable to counterattack. Facing such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao was still not afraid. Another demon weapon appeared in his other hand, blood-devouring demon blade. "Why aren't you going to seize his body? What are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Huang Xiaoyan, who was charging towards him, and said faintly to the blood-devouring demon blade. Whiz! A ball of black mist flew out from the demon blade. Huang Xiaoyan had already used his strongest move, and just as he was about to smash the kid, the black broadsword actually turned into a ball of something that pounced towards him. The black mist was too fast, and there was no warning at all. Huang Xiaoyan didn't even have the time to react before the black mist actually drilled into his facial features. Ah! When the black mist entered Huang Xiaoyan's head, he let out a shocking scream. The xian rod that he struck out finally stopped 5 centimeters away from Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was using demonic arts again, and killed Huang Xiaoyan. A middle-stage king-level elder of the Huang family wielded his sword and entered the seal, wanting to kill Ling Xiao to take revenge for Huang Xiaoyan. "Little bastard, go and die for me." That Huang family elder gritted his teeth and shouted. The long sword in his hand turned into an earthen yellow sword light that slashed towards Ling Xiao's waist. The sword chi crisscrossed, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Rumble. The sword chi ruthlessly struck onto Ling Xiao's body, but was unable to injure him in the slightest. That Huang family elder roared again, "I don't believe that you have an undying body." This time, he didn't use spirit energy to attack, but directly used the long sword to stab towards Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao was already bound, and couldn't move. He could only watch as the sword stabbed towards him. Chapter 354. Facing the snake-like longsword, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. That Huang family elder's face was filled with malice, as if he could already see Ling Xiao dying under his sword. Suddenly, the Huang family elder felt a gust of wind at the back of his head as an ominous feeling assaulted him. He wanted to retreat, but he found that he had already been locked down and could not move. His aura rushed to the peak as he struggled to escape. Pfft! Unfortunately, his reaction was not fast enough. A staff shadow smashed into his head, causing a disgusting lump of brain matter to spill out. "Elder Yan, why are you like this?" The elders who had locked down Ling Xiao looked at the person who had attacked the Huang family elder in shock. Ling Xiao took advantage of their distraction and his battle intent surged once more. His strength once again reached its peak, the golden shadow of a dragon roared and the lock was immediately shaken off. "Not good, he's escaped." One of the Zhao family elders cried out. As he cried out in alarm, the others once again tried to confine Ling Xiao. However, how could Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air. The ice sword in his hand was like a scythe for harvesting straws. Wherever he went, an elder would be cut down. Pft pft. 3 heads were chopped off and sent flying. They did not even know what had happened until they died. Another Zhao family elder and 2 Huang family elders were filled with fear and immediately fled in all directions. At this time, other than Ling Xiao, there was another figure that was not any slower than Ling Xiao chasing after the 2 Huang family elders. The 2 Huang family elders were intercepted and were about to attack when they found that the one in front of them was Huang Xiaoyan. "Elder Yan, let's go back and ask the patriarch to come out. That little bastard is too strong." One of the Huang family elders quickly said to Yan Xiaoyan. "Hee, don't worry, with me here, there's no need to be afraid of anyone." Huang Xiaoyan laughed strangely as he closed in on the 2. Another Huang family elder seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened as he retreated. "Quick! Let's go. Elder Yan has been hit by a sorcery." "What?" Another Huang family elder exclaimed in shock. "Your reaction is not bad, but this emperor is not under demonic arts." Huang Xiaoyan laughed savagely, the black rod in his hand emitting a strange black light. The black light was like an endless sickle, instantly drowning the 2 of them. Pu. 2 clouds of blood mist blossomed. Huang Xiaoyan flew under the blood mist, raised his head, opened his mouth, and inhaled deeply. The fresh blood converged into his mouth. What is he doing? Could it be that Elder Yan has already been controlled by that young man? This is too disgusting. It's actually drinking human blood. This is simply demonic. This time, the Zhao and Huang families have really kicked a steel plate. Ling Xiao had just killed the escaping Zhao family elder, and when he turned his head, he saw the scene of Huang Xiaoyan drinking blood. His stomach felt like it was overturning the seas, and it was extremely disgusting. Ha! The taste of drinking blood is still so refreshing and delicious. Huang Xiaoyan laughed maniacally towards the sky. His face was covered in blood, and when he laughed, it was so ferocious and terrifying. Put away that disgusting look of yours, let's go. Ling Xiao frowned as he spoke to Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan collected himself and shot 2 rays of divine light towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao went up to meet them, and said indifferently, "What? You've just obtained a body and you want to rebel?" Huang Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and bowed towards Ling Xiao. "This old servant doesn't dare." The current Huang Xiaoyan was no longer the original Huang Xiaoyan. The original Huang Xiaoyan had already been devoured by the Demon Emperor, and the current Huang Xiaoyan was completely under the Demon Emperor's control. In other words, the current Huang Xiaoyan was the Demon Emperor, Ling Zhao's servant. I don't think you dare, otherwise I wouldn't mind beating you back to your original form." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. After all, the Demon Emperor was an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. Although he had submitted to him now, who knew whether or not this terrifying fellow would betray him? Ling Xiao was somewhat worried, and he could only make up his mind to speed up his cultivation breakthrough. He definitely wouldn't allow a servant like the Demon Emperor to escape his control. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with the Demon Emperor, 2 terrifying forces surged over from not too far away. The Demon Emperor cried out, "Not good, there's a monarch coming." Ling Xiao could also feel that terrifying pressure, and it was getting closer and closer at a shocking speed. "Let's go." Ling Xiao didn't dare to activate the teleportation formation right now, so he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. He raised his wind element to the limit, and with the addition of his cloud shadow steps, he left behind strange afterimages in the air. The Demon Emperor had just taken over Huang Xiaoyan's body, so his strength was only at the high-level monarch level. Moreover, Huang Xiaoyan's element wasn't compatible with the Demon Emperor's, and the Demon Emperor's spiritual force hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't use his true strength. He could only choose to flee like Ling Xiao, but his speed wasn't any slower than Ling Zhao's. The 2 hadn't even escaped a kilometer when a huge blue palm that was dozens of meters wide descended from the sky, pressing down on the 2. The moving clouds seemed to be shaken away by that powerful aura, and the sound of wind whistling could be heard in the air. Not good. Ling Xiao used all his strength, and his steps were extremely fast. At this moment, he only hated that he didn't have 2 more legs, and his wind element didn't seem to be enough. Bang bang. Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor were like flies being swatted by the giant blue palm, and they were smashed into a small mountain not far away. Rumble. Dust rose from the mountain peak, and birds and beasts flew high into the sky. 2 figures stopped in the air above the mountain peak. Both of them were old men over 200 years old. One was an old man in a blue robe, with long eyebrows drooping, and a stooped body. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his old eyes were like blue stars, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The other old man was dressed in green, and his hair was all white. His face was thin, and as he flew through the air, green light flickered around him. He had the air of an immortal. These 2 old men were the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi, and the Huang family's previous elder, Huang Lingji. Both of them had the terrifying strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. The one who had smashed Ling Xiao and the Demon Emperor into the ground was the Zhao family's old patriarch, Zhao Shi. "Brother Zhao, you are too cruel. You even killed my little Yen," Huang Lingji said, glaring at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi replied, "Brother Huang, don't be angry. I didn't see that it was your kid. If I had known, would have just killed the other kid. If anything happens to my little Yen, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between the 2 families," Huang Lingji said coldly. Although the two families belonged to the same alliance, there were still open and veiled conflicts between them. Both hoped that the other party's power was much weaker than their own. Only then would they have the absolute right to speak in the Thousand Beast City. Zhao Shi, of course, recognized that the one who had escaped was Huang Xiaoyan, and that palm strike was indeed intentional. Since he was trying to kill someone who dared to make a move in the Thousand Beast City, he would just treat it as a mistake and the Huang family wouldn't be able to say anything. The two Emperor-level experts had sealed off the small mountain, and their aura had been suppressing the mountain peak. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out. Huang Lingji was worried about his nephew's safety and he shot towards the foot of the small mountain peak in a flash. But, when he reached the position where the two people were trapped, he only saw two deep pits. The deep pits were stained with quite a bit of blood, but there was no sign of the people. Zhao Shi also came down from the air. He looked at the deep pits and asked in surprise, "Where are they?" Huang Lingji glared at him and snorted coldly, "You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Upon saying that, he waved his hand and the rocks and trees around the deep pits were sent flying. "They've all been sealed off, where can they run to?" "Strange." Zhao Shi rose into the air and formed several hand seals to grab at the mountain peak. One after another, low-grade spirit beasts were being led up from all over the mountain peak, and they gave off a terrifying roar. "Does that kid know how to burrow into the ground?" Zhao Shi roared, and the tens of spirit beasts that had been led up were turned into pools of blood. The rage of an Emperor-level expert was so terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, Huang Lingji's divine sense surged into the ground. Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched and he slammed his palm down on the ground. Boom! The green palm print caused a corner of the mountain peak to sink in. He really knows how to burrow into the ground. This kid really has a powerful background. Huang Lingji's expression turned grave. He had just sensed the movement of creatures underground and he was certain that the youth had slipped away. The youth who had killed more than 10 Emperor-level experts from the Zhao and Huang family had successfully escaped. The news immediately caused a huge uproar in the Thousand Beast City. For so many years, no one had dared to use force within the boundaries of the Thousand Beast City. Even if it was a king-level expert who used force in the Thousand Beast City, they would die a horrible death. However, the youth had not only used force, he had also killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang family. Two Earth Emperor-level experts had attacked at the same time, and the youth had escaped with severe injuries right under their noses. This was definitely the most sensational thing that had happened in the Thousand Beast City in the past 100 years. Following that, there was another rumor that the conflict had nothing to do with the youth who had escaped. It was because the heir of the Zhao family had found the youth an eyesore and had deliberately made things difficult for the youth to humiliate him, which had led to the conflict between the two sides. Just because he found the youth an eyesore, he had caused several of his own elders to be killed. The price was exorbitant. When the patriarch of the Zhao family learned of the matter, he flew into a rage and broke one of the heir's legs, and ordered him to face the wall for 10 years to atone for his crimes. King-level experts, in any sect, would be a highly revered existence, and in other cities, they would be able to dominate. Now that they had lost so many of them, even if the Zhao and Huang family were rich, they would not be able to withstand such torment. On the same day, another shocking piece of news came out of the Thousand Beast City. The relationship between the Lu family and the Zhao and Huang family had become rigid. The Lu family was willing to withdraw from the position of guardian of the Thousand Beast City, and no longer participate in the management of the Thousand Beast City. And there were people who said that this matter was related to the youth who had killed the Zhao and Huang family. Because someone had seen the youth stay at the Lu family for a night before he committed the murder. Chapter 355. The Thousand Beast City was abuzz with heated discussions. All the restaurants were discussing the major event that had just happened. A 20-year-old king-level cultivator killed more than 10 elders from the Zhao and Huang families and was severely injured by an Earth Sovereign-level cultivator. Many people saw that the young man's unparalleled fists were able to shatter weapons and kill people without leaving a trace. Everyone was speculating about the young man's origins. Some people said that he was from the southern wilderness because before the battle, many people heard the young man say that he wanted to use the transmission array to go to the southern wilderness. Others said that the young man was from the continent's holy land of martial arts, which was the center of the continent, known as the Central Region. They felt that only a place like that could produce such a powerful young man. No matter how excited the Thousand Beast City was, no one knew about it. Deep in the Thousand Beast lair, green pines and cypresses, hundreds of flowers, fresh and fragrant spirit grass. In a man-made cave, a bare-chested young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale and there was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Beside him was a spirit beast that looked like a dragon that was guarding him. Who else could the severely injured young man be but Ling Xiao? Before this, he had been smashed into the mountain by Zhao Shi's palm and was almost dead. If he hadn't practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts and had an amazing defense, he would have become a puddle of blood. An Earth Sovereign level cultivator's full power strike was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had summoned the Purple Flood Dragon when he was seriously injured and had brought him and the Demon Emperor underground. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Ling Xiao had the protection of his body, and the body that the Demon Emperor had just taken over had been completely destroyed by Zhao Shi's palm. Poor Demon Emperor, he had just enjoyed the taste of being reborn and now he had to return to the Blood Devourer saber to nourish his soul. Ling Xiao was now using the Vajra 5 transformations arts to cultivate his body. He had already practiced the Vajra 5 transformations arts to the initial stage of the 4th transformation and his recovery speed should have been very fast. But the destructive power of an Earth Sovereign level cultivator was terrifying and almost took his life. He took a medicinal pill and activated his cultivation to recover. It took him a day and a night to pass the critical period. It could be said that this was the most dangerous time for Ling Xiao in recent times. After a day and a night, Ling Xiao's condition had finally stabilized. He took out another 3 high-leveled 3rd stage healing pills and threw them into his mouth. He continued to absorb the medicinal effects of the pills to further heal his body. The muscles in his body could recover their vitality with every step he took, and the spiritual energy in his meridians kept flowing and flushing. The 3 parts restoration chi was also circulating on its own. The 2 great mysterious arts were working in tandem. Another half a day passed, and Ling Xiao's breath gradually returned to normal. His face became ruddy as well. Phew, I've finally recovered by 60%. The majesty of an emperor is truly inviolable. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Although he was confident that he could defeat everyone in the king rank, there was still a great disparity between him and the monarch rank. Just as Ling Xiao was about to stand up, he noticed that there was something different about the light surrounding him. The golden divine light on his body was still dazzling, but it was a little more agile. The tiny divine light was like a golden dragon swimming in the air. It looked extremely noble and extraordinary. Even the protective light has changed. Ling Xiao looked at the golden light around him and muttered to himself. Previously, during the battle at Thousand Beast City, the energy in his body had surged and the golden dragon had illuminated the world. This energy greatly increased his combat strength and defense by 2-fold. Only now did he pay attention to the changes in the protective divine light. Does this have something to do with the Vajra 5 transformations arts? Ling Xiao thought. At this time, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. This is the ancient royal family's divine art? What do you know? Tell me quickly. Ling Xiao asked. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was obtained by the Ling family's grand elder in his early years. Even he didn't know the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts, so Ling Xiao had no reason to know. The Vajra 5 transformations arts was very difficult to cultivate, but its defensive and regenerative abilities were monstrous. Ling Xiao suspected that it wasn't the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the immortal deity arts. Now that the Demon Emperor suddenly called out another name, it was obvious that he had some understanding of the Vajra 5 transformations arts. The demon emperor had dominated the continent for many years, and his knowledge was naturally not something that Ling Xiao could compare with. Ling Xiao took out the demon vampiric blade and had the demon emperor appear before him in mist form. The demon emperor's face had just transformed into a black mist face, and he looked at Ling Xiao's noble divine light as he searched his memories. It really is the ancient emperor's divine art. I never thought that I would see such a divine art after 10 years. I really have no regrets in my life. The demon emperor sighed. Ling Xiao urged, "Stop squeaking, hurry up and tell me the origins of the Vajra 5 transformations arts." Vajra 5 transformations arts? The demon emperor asked. That's right, I cultivate the defensive Vajra 5 transformations arts. Ling Xiao nodded. The demon emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he smiled. Master, you don't cultivate the Vajra 5 transformations arts, but the ancient emperor's divine art. He then looked at the divine light around Ling Xiao and said, it seems that Master cultivates an incomplete divine art. This protective divine light is too weak. If it wasn't for the divine art's transformation, this old servant wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Following that, the demon emperor slowly began to explain the secrets of the ancient emperor's divine art. 100,000 years ago, the continent was under the jurisdiction of a few dynasties, and the most famous one was the Kim people's dynasty. The Kim people's dynasty had existed for 30,000 years, and they had established an extraordinary foundation. They were the longest ruling dynasty in the ancient times. The people of the Kim people's dynasty all cultivated metal attribute cultivation techniques, and the royal family's highest mental cultivation technique was called the ancient emperor's divine art. It was a powerful cultivation technique that had already reached the divine level. There were only a handful of cultivation techniques in the world that had reached the divine level. These cultivation techniques were all created by the divine level Almighty and possessed unparalleled power. The ancient emperor's law created by the Kim people's divine emperor was one of the most terrifying cultivation techniques in the world. The Kim people's ancient emperor's divine art was a supreme mental cultivation technique that tempered one's body. It was said that only the imperial family of the Kim people's dynasty could cultivate it to large success, because it required a supreme dragon chi to cultivate it layer by layer. Even if an ordinary person obtained this cultivation technique, it would only be of little value. When the ancient emperor's divine art reached small success, the dragon chi would appear on one's body, and one's combat power would increase exponentially. It was also because of this that the direct descendants of the Kim people's dynasty were many times more powerful than those of the same cultivation level. It could be said that not only were they invincible against those of the same cultivation level, but they could also fight those of a higher cultivation level without losing. Furthermore, the ancient emperor's divine art had another perverse ability, which was the ability to automatically regenerate an injured body. When the ancient emperor's divine art reached large success, as long as the head was not destroyed, even a severed limb could be regrown. It was truly an existence comparable to the immortal deity technique. Hearing this, Ling Xiao instantly understood. His Vajra 5 transformation technique was definitely a modified version of the ancient emperor's divine art, and the cultivation technique was definitely very different from what the demon king had said. Furthermore, its power could not compare to the complete mental cultivation technique. According to what you said, I shouldn't be able to cultivate the dragon chi, so how did I manage to do so? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. According to what the demon king knew, the ancient emperor's divine art required the dragon chi of the Kim people's bloodline in order to cultivate the dragon chi, but he himself did not have any Kim people's bloodline, so how did he manage to cultivate the dragon chi? This is also what this old servant does not understand. Perhaps it has something to do with that little mud worm, the demon king replied, but his gaze was fixed on the purple Jiao drake. Something to do with it? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. That's right. Even you, master, did not know when you came into contact with a trace of the dragon chi, causing your protective aura to change. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the dragon chi to appear, the demon king replied. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. He had only been with the purple Jiao drake for a little over a month, and he had not even refined the essence blood of the drake, so how did he come into contact with the dragon chi? Could it be that because the purple Jiao Drake's bloodline was pure, he had come into contact with the dragon Qi just by being with it? That didn't seem too likely. At that moment, Lu Wang, who rarely spoke up. That pool of myriad-year stone milk is where the purple Jiao Drake normally plays. It should have undergone a metamorphosis there, and quite a bit of its essence blood has mixed with the myriad-year stone milk. That's the reason for your dragon Qi. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that what Lu Wang had said was absolutely correct. In the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, he had once used a large amount of myriad-year stone milk to cultivate in the purple Jiao Drake's lair. He had even used quite a bit of myriad-year stone milk to break through to the initial success of the fourth transformation. Even at that time, he had not expected that the myriad-year stone milk would actually contain the essence blood of the purple Jiao Drake. That was a huge profit for him. When he thought of that, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel annoyed at Lu Wang. That damned old man drank all of the myriad-year stone milk, or else this young master would definitely be able to cultivate the dragon Qi. Following this, Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor, "Are there any members of the Kim people's imperial family left behind?" The Kim people's imperial family was an ancient race, and it had been tens of thousands of years since then. Ling Xiao really wanted to know if there were any members of the Kim people's imperial family left behind. In truth, what he wanted to know the most was the whereabouts of the true ancient emperor's mystic art. If he could obtain the true ancient emperor's mystic art, it would be equivalent to cultivating an immortal body. Moreover, his combat power would be unparalleled. Any martial artist would dream of obtaining such a thing. The Demon Emperor chuckled and said, "The Kim people's imperial family was destroyed by the combined forces of the other imperial families in ancient times. However, according to the ancient records, there were still people left behind from the Kim people's imperial family. In the end, they cultivated the ancient emperor's mystic art to large success and killed the descendants of the other imperial families. However, the Kim people's imperial family did not rebuild their dynasty and disappeared from everyone's sight. They should have gone to the heaven domain. From then on, there were endless wars on the continent, and in the end, all of the dynasties ceased to exist." The Demon Emperor had read about these secret realms that Ling Xiao had mentioned before. Currently, there were no dynasties on the continent, let alone imperial families. However, hearing the two words heaven domain from the Demon Emperor's mouth was still very shocking. According to the legends, the heaven domain was a mysterious place that only those who had reached the saint realm or above could go to. The Kim people's imperial family was there? Just what kind of existence was the Kim people's imperial family? Chapter 356. In ancient times, hundreds of races contended for supremacy, the era of the Holy Lord and the Divine King. The Kim people's dynasty had been unified for 30,000 years. One could imagine what kind of colossus the Kim people were. Their inherited divine art was called the Ancient Emperor's Divine Art, and was on par with the two great arts of the ancient royal family. It was one of the most terrifying divine arts. Ling Xiao did not expect that the Vajra 5 transformation arts he cultivated would have such a great origin. And he had also activated the veil of the divine art under inexplicable circumstances, which filled him with curiosity and expectation for the road ahead. The Demon Emperor did not know much about the rumors of the Kim people. After all, the Kim people had disappeared from this area for 100,000 years, and all that was passed down were endless legends. And the so-called heaven region was just an unreachable dream for Ling Xiao. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to break through the shackles and stand at the top of the world, and break into the world that only the saint level could reach. After asking some secrets about the Kim people, Ling Xiao began to ask the Demon Emperor about the situation in the Central Region. The Central Region was the holy land of martial arts in the mainland. There were many sects and countless aristocratic families. It was the dream of all martial artists. Back then, the Demon Emperor had a fierce reputation in that place. But that was 5,000 years ago, and the real situation in the Central Region was unknown. Even so, Ling Xiao felt that his horizons had been broadened a lot. At the same time, he had set a goal, which was to find the Heaven Gu divine art as soon as possible. When the time came, he would go to the holy land of martial arts and bravely explore it. To find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to go to the ancestral land of the Gu clan. The ancestral land of the Gu clan was far away in the southern wastelands. Without a transmission array, it would take more than a year to fly there. And the priestess only had a little more than a year's time. He would not be able to make it back and forth. Moreover, he did not know if he could find it. Time was of the essence. At this moment, Ling Xiao was worried about the transmission array. Among the cities nearby, only the Thousand Beast City had a transmission array to the southern wastelands. Ling Xiao had no choice but to find a way to use the transmission array. Otherwise, he would have to spend more than a year to fly to the southern wastelands. However, that was an absolutely impossible choice. Motherfucker, you damned spoiled brat. I'm just a bit more handsome, and you dare provoke me? Just wait until I'm a bit stronger and I'll exterminate both your Zhao and Huang families. Ling Xiao slammed a fist into a boulder as he cursed. Ling Xiao had already killed more than 10 king-level experts from the Zhao and Huang families, and they would definitely not allow him to leave the Thousand Beast City. Moreover, both families had Earth Sovereign Realm experts, so it was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill them one by one. This kind of unexpected calamity really made him depressed. Master, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, you still have a way to suppress those monarch-rank kids, said the Demon Emperor. If I had such a method, would have killed my way there myself. Do you think I need you to remind me? Ling Xiao said grumpily. Hee hee. The Demon Emperor laughed sinisterly and said, Master, although you don't have the ability to destroy them now, but that little tree should be qualified. That little green tree? Ling Xiao paused and then said, You mean Lu Wang? Filthy thing, what nonsense are you talking about? This old man is a pacifist and never participates in battle. Lu Wang said unhappily in his consciousness. Not participating in battle doesn't mean you can't fight. The Demon Emperor said meaningfully. Ling Xiao then remembered Lu Wang's shocking methods in the barren mountain range. With his abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an Earth Sovereign Realm expert. Little friend, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. This old man has just recovered a bit of his essence and doesn't have much fighting power. Lu Wang spoke first to stop Ling Xiao. Old thing, stop pretending. A 10,000-year-old tree that can transform, even a monarch would have to give way to it. The Demon Emperor said from the side. Humph, what do you know? This old man's essence has been greatly damaged and I won't be able to recover without a few thousand years. Lu Wang said stubbornly. Keep pretending. You can fool Master's youth, but you can't fool this old man's discerning eyes. You filthy thing, if you dare to be arrogant again, this old man will destroy a wisp of your divine sense. Alright, you two old things, stop arguing. Ling Xiao was getting dizzy from their bickering and had no choice but to call for them to stop. In an instant, the two old things quieted down. Ling Xiao sank into deep thought, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. After a while, he seemed to have thought of a plan, and joy appeared in his eyes. He then asked the Demon Emperor, when you devour other people's souls, can you also isolate their memories? That's true. The Demon Emperor hesitated. Good, then I have a way to escape. Who knows, I might even be able to make a huge profit, haha. Ling Xiao laughed. Master is thinking of. The Demon Emperor was once a hero of his generation, and he immediately knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. He also revealed a happy expression. Don't say anything. Just let me rest for 2 days before returning to the city. This young master will openly have them ask me to leave. Ling Xiao revealed a strange smile. 2 days later, in the Thousand Beast City, the elders of the Zhao and Huang families were constantly on patrol, searching for suspicious characters. They had set up a trap at the transmission array, waiting for the young man who killed them to appear. At the same time, the two families began to decorate their homes, preparing to marry the two young ladies of the Lu family. Originally, the Lu family had vowed to resist, but the Zhao and Huang families each sent 2 emperor stage experts to the Lu residence and captured the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Zheng, to threaten the 2 young ladies of the Lu family to submit. This meant that the 3 families had shed all pretense of cordiality. The Zhao and Huang families swore to annex the Lu family's property in the Thousand Beast City. In the Lu residence, in a private room, light muslin, picturesque screens, beautiful women like jade. The 2 sisters, Lu Fang and Lu Jing, were dressed in bright red satin, with colorful hairpins on their heads. Their faces were lightly smeared with rouge. Brides, they should be the most beautiful women in the world. However, the 2 young ladies of the Lu family did not look the slightest bit happy. There was only endless sorrow in their beautiful eyes, making them look very pitiful. When the maidservants behind them saw them like this, their faces also showed sadness. Usually, the 2 young ladies were amiable and approachable, treating them like sisters. Now that their young ladies were being forced to marry into the Zhao and Huang families, they really felt sad and sympathetic for the 2 young ladies. Sister, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to marry into the Huang family. Lu Jing could not control her emotions and threw herself into her sister's arms, crying loudly. Lu Fang was crying as she gently stroked Lu Jing's hair. Little sister, we will have to marry sooner or later. In order to save father, we have no other choice. But the 2 families have wild ambitions. They clearly want to annex our family and obtain the map fragment. Lu Jing cried. Sigh, how could I not know? Grandfather died in an accident and we only have the guardian elder. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs, how can we fight against the 2 families? Lu Fang sighed heavily. The 2 young ladies cried and the makeup they had just put on their faces was wasted again. One of the maidservants behind them reminded them in a low voice, Young ladies, it's almost time. Quickly touch up your makeup, otherwise you won't look pretty. What does it matter if we look pretty or not? In any case, they just need a formality. Their real goal isn't here. Our bodies are just extras, Lu Fang complained. At the side, Lu Jing wiped off all the makeup on her face and loudly cried, Once we save father, I'll definitely make them pay. Lu Jing's face flashed with deep hatred. At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door, Young ladies, are you done yet? It's almost time, the 2 young masters have come to fetch the bride. Just as she finished speaking, 2 middle-aged women swung their scarves and swayed their fat butts as they walked in. These 2 women both had monkey cheeks, thin eyes, and duck-like mouths. It was obvious at a glance that they were typical gossip matchmakers. A matchmaker dressed in flowery silk immediately saw that the 2 women's makeup had been ruined by their tears, and her expression changed. She immediately pointed at the Lu sisters' maidservant and scolded, What are you doing, you lowly maidservant? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put on makeup for the 2 young ladies. If you don't make it in time, you'll be in for a good time. The other matchmaker dressed in crimson silk also scolded, If the 2 young masters see this, they'll definitely skin you alive. The 2 maidservants trembled in fear and quickly went to fix their young lady's makeup. Unexpectedly, Lu Jing stood up and shouted at the 2 matchmakers, Who do you think you are? How dare you yell here? If you dare to say another word, I'll immediately send you to see the king of hell. Lu Jing was already a low-level spirit master and could already emit pressure. The 2 matchmakers were just ordinary people, and they were immediately frightened by Lu Jing's aura and fell to the ground. Scram! Scram! If you dare to come in again, I'll kill you first. Lu Jing was already in a state of grief and indignation, and these 2 matchmakers could be considered to have hit the jackpot. The 2 matchmakers wailed and wailed as they scrambled out of the room. Faintly, their resentful voices could still be heard, These 2 little beauties are really worthless, they scared me to death. After the 2 young masters ride them, they'll definitely be banished to the cold palace. That's right, the best would be to sell them to the 10,000 spring brothel, and let them become the stinky beauties for 10,000 men to ride on. What an unrewarding task, we must get the young master to give us more money later. Yes, yes, I almost broke my waist when I fell just now. Without rest for half a month, I won't be able to recover. An hour later, the wedding procession finally arrived. Gongs and drums filled the air, voices were loud, fireworks fluttered, and beasts roared. The three most powerful forces in the Thousand Beast City were to unite by marriage on this day. The two daughters of the Lu family were to be married to the Zhao and Huang families. The former second prince of the Zhao family had his legs broken and was punished to face the wall for 10 years. The groom was now his cousin, the third prince Zhao Bo, and the Huang family was still second prince Huang Feng. The two of them were dressed in golden robes, crowned hats, and decorated with colorful flowers, their faces full of joy. Although the two families were marrying the two daughters of the Lu family for the common benefit of the two families, they did not feel that this marriage was a loss. After all, the two daughters of the Lu family were rare beauties who could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Letting them be the young mistresses was a good match for them, and they would be able to enjoy the beauties. Chapter 357. The Zhao family and the Huang family married two daughters of the Lu family at the same time. The Thousand Beast City celebrated, shops and mansions decorated with colorful decorations, the streets were filled with the sound of gongs and drums, the hustle and bustle of people. The two families held a banquet in a luxurious pavilion. All the influential people in the Thousand Beast City came to congratulate and present gifts. Inside the pavilion, the two bridegrooms were smiling proudly as they walked among the thousands of people, toasting unceasingly. A festive atmosphere lingered in the mansion. Deep within the pavilion, there were two separate pavilions, which were equally luxurious and festive. But, in this kind of environment, there were sorrowful sobbing sounds, which was completely different from the atmosphere at the moment. In one of the pavilions, LV Jing pulled off the red veil over her head. On that coquettish face, there were 2 lines of tears washing off the thick layer of rouge. Her spirit master cultivation had been sealed, and she was no different from an ordinary person. She stood up, and determination flashed across her beautiful eyes. An unwilling, resentful, and suicidal aura exuded from her. She grabbed the golden blanket at the head of the bed, and with a flick of her hand, the golden blanket hung on the beam of the room. She lifted the table and chair, stood on top of it, and slowly tied a dead knot on the golden blanket. With one look, it was obvious that she was going to hang herself. Benefactor, LV Jing will repay your kindness in my next life. LV Jing closed her beautiful eyes, 2 lines of tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to hang her neck on the golden blanket, the sound of a window breaking rang out. Ah! LV Jing was startled by the sudden sound, and her body fell off the table and chair. Whoosh! The figure that came in through the window immediately rushed to the fallen LV Jing, and grabbed hold of LV Jing's slender waist. LV Jing was about to scream, but a large hand covered her red lips. The person whispered, "Don't make a sound, it's me." When LV Jing heard that voice, her body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned to look at the person close to her. Her pupils contracted slightly, looking surprised, but her expression seemed to be filled with joy. The person who came in was Ling Xiao, who had rushed back from the lair of Thousand Beasts. For the past few days, the Thousand Beast City had been on high alert, checking suspicious people's movements. Ling Xiao had the purple flood dragon centipede to lead the way, and came in directly from the ground, so no one could find him. He had wanted to go to the LV residence to find the 2 girls of the Lu family to understand the situation, but found that the 2 girls had been forced to marry people from the Zhao and Huang family. Thus, he captured a servant of the Zhao clan and interrogated him. He found out that the Zhao clan and the Huang clan were holding a banquet to celebrate together. Therefore, he hurried over and happened to see LV Jing about to hang herself, so he immediately appeared to save her. LV Jing and LV Jing, and said, "Second Miss LV Jing, and LV Jing, of LV Jing, and Lu family, and blood family." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and let go of LV Jing. "Why do you have to do this, Miss LV?" Who knew? The moment Ling Xiao released LV Jing hugged Ling Xiao's waist and started sobbing. I thought I would never see my benefactor again. Ling Xiao's body stiffened. He had not thought that LV Jing would be so bold, and he thought with some grievance, she dared to take advantage of me, what a loss. After that, Ling Xiao comforted LV Jing in a low voice, letting her calm down first. What is going on with the three families? I see that you two sisters were forced to marry. When LV Jing quietened down, Ling Xiao immediately cut to the chase. When he had left the LV residence, he had heard the two girls crying in front of the main hall of the LV residence. After that, he had met the Zhao and Huang family who came to propose marriage. From that, he had thought that something must have happened to the LV family, and the two girls had been forced to marry under the pressure of the two families. He had to figure out the relationship between the two families in order to carry out his plan. The two families have gone too far. From the beginning, they sent people to propose marriage to our family. They have the ambition of wolves and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to annex our LV family. My sister and I refused, so they chose a tyrannical and shameless method. 4 of the older generation of bastards broke into our family, injured our previous generation's guardian elder, and captured my father to force us to marry into their family. LV Jing bit her lip, her eyes blazing with anger. Originally, the 3 families had been living in harmony with each other. But 2 years ago, her grandfather had been seriously injured outside and died as soon as he returned to the family. Each of the 3 families had 2 Emperor stage experts, and the death of 1 Emperor stage expert in the LV family meant that their strength had dropped by half. Thus, the 2 families began to suppress the LV family in an attempt to divide the LV family's property. However, they did not go too far in the beginning. After all, the LV family's foundation was not weaker than theirs. They chose to use a more conciliatory method. They wanted the younger generation of their family to marry the 2 daughters of the LV family, which would be equivalent to obtaining half of the LV family's property. However, the LV family had long since seen through their ambition and refused to marry them. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the Emperor stage experts of their families to join hands with them to the LV family. They even captured LV Zheng and threatened that if the 2 daughters of the LV family didn't marry into their family, LV Zheng would die and the LV family would perish. The 2 women were filial children, so they had no choice but to agree to the wedding. After understanding the cause of the matter, Ling Xiao finally relaxed. He only wanted to deal with the Zhao and Huang families so that he could use the transmission formation to leave. He had come to find the 2 daughters of the LV family in order to obtain some information from them. Now that the LV family had completely broken off relations with the other 2 families, it was exactly what he wanted. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. Someone's coming. Ling Xiao's senses were sharp. He quickly hid behind the door and held his breath. LV Jing was also an extremely intelligent woman. She immediately turned around and covered her head with the red cloth. Creak. The door was pushed open and a drunken youth swayed his body as he walked in. Zhao Bo was the 3rd son of the head of the Zhao family. He was 25 years old and a low-level spirit master. Ma, wife. I've made you wait for a long time. Your husband has come to the bridal room with you. Zhao Bo lecherously looked at LV Jing who was sitting on the table. LV Jing and Zhao Bo originally had the same level of cultivation, but LV Jing's cultivation had been sealed during the wedding ceremony. She was no different from an ordinary person. That was why the Zhao family dared to let Zhao Bo enter the bridal room alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what would happen if he was killed by LV Jing. Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing when she retreated in alarm. Heh. Don't run. Your husband will dote on you. You'll just obediently be the young mistress of the Zhao family. Zhao Bo was almost drunk and he did not manage to reach LV Jing for the first time. Just as Zhao Bo was about to throw himself at LV Jing again, LV Jing was not as fast and she was about to be caught in his arms. Puff. Suddenly, Zhao Bo's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. Quite a lot of blood splattered onto LV Jing's new dress, making it look even more dazzling and festive. Ling Xiao had used his formless spirit power to kill the 2 previous spirit masters who had come with Zhao Bo through the door. Let's go quickly. Go save your sister first, and then save your father. Ling Xiao pulled LV Jing, who was still in a daze, out of the private room. He then snuck into another private room to rescue LV Fang. On the night of the wedding, the outside was still bustling with noise and excitement. Within the private room, there were only a few maids and servants walking about. The other guards were patrolling outside to protect the guests, to prevent anyone from causing trouble. At the same time, the people from the 2 families were highly conceited. They had thought that no one in the Thousand Beast City would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers. They would naturally not have thought that with the tight security outside, and with more than 10 king-grade guards standing guard, they would still be able to successfully sneak into the new private room. They had just reached the private room where LV Fang was in when they heard screams coming from inside. LV Jing's face was ashen and she immediately shook Ling Zhao's arm, crying out, "Benefactor! Quick! Quick, save my sister!" Ling Xiao shook off LV Jing's hand and his whole body was like a bat in the dark night, immediately using his spirit power to sweep over the 2 guards at the door. The 2 guards did not even know what had happened till they died. Ling Xiao kicked the door open and saw LV Fang being carried by a young man. Her clothes had been torn to shreds in many places and her full, snowy white bosom was almost completely exposed, 2 bright red spots swaying like a lotus. "Who is it?" the young man of that year shouted in shock. Ling Xiao pointed a finger and a streak of blue flame shot into the young man's brow. "Let's go." Ling Xiao flashed and carried LV Fang, who was still in a daze, into his arms. He did not even look at the young man and immediately escaped from the room. Ling Xiao brought the 2 girls to the ground in the courtyard and immediately released the purple flood dragon centipede to carry the 3 of them out of the private room. The purple flood dragon centipede carried the 3 of them to the ground. The protective divine light covered the 3 of them, so that the 3 of them would not be obstructed by any line of sight or soil. With a faint purple halo, Ling Xiao held the 2 girls of the LV family in his left and right hands. The fragrance of the young girls caused his heart to be in chaos, and his gaze involuntarily fell on LV Fang's upper body, which only had a few strands of silk hanging on it. That smooth, exquisite, round and moving skin was extremely alluring, and that full and soft virgin peak made one's blood boil and their body burn with desire. LV Fang shyly turned her pretty face away, and the blush spread to her neck. Her heart was thumping non-stop. LV Jing, on the other hand, leaned into Ling Zhao's arms with an intoxicated expression, her hands tightly hugging Ling Zhao's tiger waist. She could feel the unique scent of a man, and it made her extremely intoxicated. Ling Xiao tried his best to control his eyes from looking at that alluring body, but his eyes seemed to be out of his control and could not move. He could only howl in his heart, "See no evil, see no evil," when the purple flood dragon centipede broke out of the ground. 2 streaks of bright red snot flowed out of Ling Zhao's nostrils. LV Jing reluctantly moved away from Ling Zhao's tiger body and looked at Ling Zhao's red snot. She exclaimed, "Benefactor, how did you get hurt?" LV Fang let out a cry and instantly hid behind her sister, cutting off Ling Zhao's vision. Ling Zhao's face turned red, and he awkwardly wiped the blood from his nose. He pretended to be innocent and said, "The weather has been too hot recently, and the virtual fire has risen, the virtual fire has risen." LV Jing was puzzled when she heard this, but when she turned around, she saw that her sister, who was hiding behind her, had also turned red. "Benefactor, if you want, I can give it to you." LV Jing had always been bold, and she looked straight at Ling Xiao and said faintly. Her eyes were filled with infinite anticipation and shyness. Chapter 358. The night was like water, the moon was soft, and the beauties were as beautiful as jade. Of the 2 daughters of the Lu residents, one had her breasts exposed and was extremely alluring. The other was straightforward and bold, her eyes as clear as water and full of affection. Ling Xiao was extraordinarily handsome, with a jade-like appearance. He was full of vigor and vitality. Finally, Ling Xiao met LV Jing's gaze and was defeated in less than half a second. He took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to LV Jing, then quickly took a few steps back. Let your sister put on some clothes. We'll think about how to save your father. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble when the sun rises and the matter is exposed. Although he said so, he was actually bitterly lamenting in his heart, fuck, this young master is too pure. I can even endure this. Cowardly man, LV Jing muttered in her heart, then covered her sister with the clothes. Ling Xiao once again summoned the purple drake and brought the three back to the Lu residence. In order to save Lu Zheng and deal with the Zhao and Huang families, he had to plan carefully. In the mountains behind the Lu residence, an old man over 200 years old was meditating. His face was thin and pale, his hair was disheveled, and his vitality was dim. From the looks of it, he had suffered a serious injury that was difficult to recover from. He was the Lu family's previous guardian elder, Lu Buwei, a low-level Earth Emperor. 2 days ago, 4 Emperor stage experts from the Zhao and Huang families attacked together. He fought against 2 Emperor stage experts alone and was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the other side showing mercy, he would have been buried in the earth. However, with his current state, it was difficult to suppress his injuries. A lot of hidden energy remained in his body, constantly destroying his vitality. He knew that in less than a month, he would die here. Pfft. Lu Buwei spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Big brother, I'm sorry. The Lu family is about to be destroyed in my hands. I really don't have the face to meet you in the underworld, Lu Buwei murmured unwillingly, his expression indescribably desolate. The Lu family used to be so mighty, but as soon as his elder brother passed away, they were immediately encroached upon by the 2 families. Now, they were even forced into a marriage. His heart was filled with indignation, unwillingness. At this moment, there was a strange movement from the ground. What is it? Lu Buwei immediately stood up, ready to attack at any time. Second Grandpa. Lu Fang and Lu Jing immediately called out to Lu Buwei as soon as they emerged from the ground. Lu Buwei was shocked, he never thought that Lu Fang and Lu Jing would be able to break out from the ground. Lu Buwei frowned when he saw Ling Xiao by the 2 women's side, and he said, "You're the one who killed over 10 king rank experts from the Zhao and Huang clans?" Although Lu Buwei was in closed-door training here all year round, he still knew everything that was happening in the outside world. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. That's right. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but they didn't like me. Lu Buwei stared at Ling Xiao for a while before he said, "Why did you come to help us? Do you think you can deal with those 4 old fellows?" Ling Xiao casually smiled and said, "Whether it works or not, we will only know after we try. As long as Senior can provide them with a detailed location, it will be fine." Lu Buwei's old eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, is this kid really the successor of some great power? Forget it, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Take them and leave, as far as you can, cough cough. Lu Buwei weakly waved his hand, and then coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Second Grandpa, how are you? The 2 women worriedly supported Lu Buwei. I'm fine. You guys go with him, the further the better. One day, when you're strong enough, you can come back to take revenge for our Lu clan, Lu Buwei said. He didn't think that this young king rank expert could really deal with 4 emperor rank experts at the same time. Ling Xiao could already see that Lu Buwei's injuries weren't light, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Lu Buwei and said, "Senior, take this." This is. Lu Buwei suspiciously took the bottle, and a chill went straight into his bones. Top quality stone milk? Lu Buwei was a bit happy. This is 10,000-year stone milk. It should be able to heal Senior's injuries, Ling Xiao faintly said. 10,000-year stone milk. Lu Buwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bottle. Any spirit item that was over 10,000 years old was called a divine item. Not only could 10,000-year stone milk cleanse the marrow and meridians, but it also had extraordinary healing abilities. Lu Buwei hadn't expected that this young man he had just met would give him such a precious thing. It had to be known that such a small bottle would cause countless people to fight over it. Even an Empyrean would be envious. Really giving it to me? Lu Buwei asked excitedly. With this small bottle of 10,000-year stone milk, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, but he would also be able to cleanse his marrow and meridians again. He would be able to take another step forward in his lifetime, so how could he not be excited? Of course, I still need Senior's help. Ling Xiao very seriously nodded. Back in the belly of the mountain, he had already stored a lot of 10,000-year stone milk. He wasn't stupid enough to let Lu Weng suck it all up. Lu Buwei no longer acted delicate and used his remaining spiritual energy to set up a restriction in the cave to prevent his recovered aura from leaking out and attracting attention. Lu Buwei licked his dry tongue and impatiently drank the 10,000-year stone milk. Immediately, a pure energy began to cleanse and heal his injuries. At the same time, a wave of cold began to spread throughout his body. Ling Xiao was just about to use his fire spiritual energy to help him dissolve the cold qi, but he found that the cold qi was actually being absorbed into Lu Buwei's body. At the same time, Lu Buwei's aura began to rise, and he seemed to become 10 years younger, completely sweeping away his previous dispirited appearance. When the two women of the Lu family saw this, their faces were filled with joy. Lu Buwei was the current pillar of the Lu family. Now that Lu Buwei was truly dead, the Lu family could be said to be completely finished. 4 hours quickly passed, and it was now the middle of the night. Lu Buwei finally woke up from his meditation. His essence energy had recovered to its peak, and it seemed that his strength had risen by quite a bit. His old eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Lu Buwei excitedly said, "Good. I didn't think that this old man would be able to recover and reach the peak of the low level. The heavens are truly blessing my Lu family. Since Senior is fine, we should properly plan how to eliminate those 4 old farts," Ling Xiao said from the side. Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao and cupped his hands to thank him, saying, "Little friend, thank you for your help. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Senior is too serious." "I only helped you to help myself," Ling Xiao replied humbly. At this moment, the more Lu Buwei looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. He then looked at his 2 granddaughters and thought, this child's talent is outstanding and his strength is extraordinary. He is qualified to be my Lu family's grandson-in-law. Afterwards, Ling Xiao and Lu Buwei began to plot for a while. Next, Ling Xiao had the 2 girls of the Lu family hide here for the time being. He then summoned the purple flood dragon puppet to bring him and Lu Buwei underground, heading towards the Zhao family's territory. They wanted to kill all 4 old farts before dawn. That way, the 2 families would not be a threat. In a cave in the back mountain of the Zhao family, it was the place where the 2 emperors of the Zhao family were in seclusion. Lu Zheng's cultivation was sealed, and he was tied up and thrown in a deserted corner. His expression was very desolate. He was the dignified head of the family, but he was thrown here as a hostage. He felt very sullen. When he thought of the scene of his 2 daughters being pressed down by the other party's grandson, he wanted to tear the 2 families apart. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to destroy the tiger, he did not have the strength to kill it. Not far away from him, 2 old farts were meditating with their eyes closed. They were surrounded by a bright brilliance, giving them a somewhat sage-like temperament. Zhao Shi, the previous head of the Zhao family, was a low-level Earth Emperor, and specialized in water attribute spiritual power. That day, Ling Xiao had killed more than 10 elders of the Zhao and Huang families. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Shi struck him with a palm strike. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient emperor's divine art, 5 changes of the Vajra spell, he would have been killed. Moreover, the body that the demon king had seized had been destroyed. Zhao Shiren, the younger brother of Zhao Shi, was the previous elder of the Zhao family. His strength was even more terrifying than his elder brother. He was a mid-level Earth Emperor, and specialized in wood attribute spiritual power. He was the top existence in the Thousand Beast City. The two brought Lu Jing here to prevent Lu Buwei from coming to rescue. Suddenly, Zhao Shiren opened his old eyes, and two balls of green light shot out, looking extremely strange and frightening. What's that? Zhao Shiren pointed down with one finger, and a phantom vine-like phantom sank into the ground. Brother, what did you find? Zhao Shi asked puzzledly. Nothing, maybe I'm overthinking. Zhao Shiren frowned and shook his head. Zhao Shi pondered for a moment and said, Is that kid here? Who? The kid who escaped from my hands a few days ago. Zhao Shi replied. He paused for a moment and then said, I don't think it's possible. He took a palm strike from me that day, and I'm afraid he's already dead in the wilderness. Oh, I think he's dead for sure. Zhao Shiren replied faintly, and closed his eyes again. However, he was not meditating, but using his divine sense to probe the ground. He had a feeling that something was nearby. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his divine sense, and a sense of danger appeared. Who's there? Zhao Shiren's reaction was fast, and he immediately retracted his divine sense, and smashed the ground with one hand. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the ground, and a terrifying palm created a bottomless pit. If it wasn't for the restrictive spells that had been laid down in advance, the cave would have been destroyed by this palm. Zhao Shi was on high alert, and he also paid attention to the ground. Xiao! A huge black shadow broke out from the other side, and a mass of something shot towards Zhao Shi and Zhao Shiren. Zhao Shiren took the lead, and waved a green wall with one hand, blocking the thing that shot out. Crack! The green wall couldn't stop the thing at all, and it was directly smashed. Zhao Shiren and Zhao Shi were shocked, and the two acted again. One green and one blue spirit wall blocked at the same time, and they finally managed to block the thing. In the end, the two found that the thing that was flying towards them was actually a lump of soil. Zhao Shi looked at the thick spirit beast in front of him and exclaimed, This is a dragon earthworm. How can such a powerful dragon earthworm appear here? Zhao Shiren was puzzled, and suddenly looked in Lu Zhang's direction, and cried out, Someone has snuck in. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.